A SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan. On the hardwood, the Final Four is set for just the second time in the history of the men's tournament. All one seeds win their region. In the semis on Saturday, we'll get an SEC matchup between Florida and Auburn. The other semifinal is Duke and Cooper Flagg taking on Kelvin Sampson's Houston Cougars. Oregon center Nate Biddle has declared for the NBA draft, but will not sign with an agent, leaving the door open for him to return to school. Biddle said in a social media post, if he does elect to come back to school, it will be to play for the Ducks again next season. On the college gridiron, Stanford has named former Panthers and Colts head coach Frank Reich as their interim head coach. Reich will replace Troy Taylor, who Stanford fired for mistreatment of other staff members. Meanwhile, on the diamond, the Mariners host the winless Detroit Tigers at T-Mobile tonight. Emerson Hancock makes his first start of the season for Seattle, while Jackson Jobe makes his first career start for Detroit. First pitch from Soto at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan.
Hear this, right now.
Welcome.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
What is going on up here?
I never know, man.
Unbiased.
Shut your mouth.
Uncompromised sports talk without the
I
sugarcoating.
hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
This is gonna be great.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Well, ahoy, hoy, fine people of Portland. No Isaac Rupp today. Can't confirm or deny the reports that Rupp may have bird flu, possibly cat AIDS, or playing golf. I don't know. I heard today through reliable sources, there's rumors. There's rumors. That's all I'll say to it. A lot of rumors right now.
Gone a week and I missed bird flu?
Or cat AIDS.
Or cat AIDS.
You know, I don't know. Look, I'm just telling you. There's people, a lot of people are saying. Can't confirm. Can't deny, just telling you what I heard. So Rob out today, possibly back tomorrow, depending on whether it is indeed cat AIDS or he's just playing golf.
We think.
But the return of the great Ryan Buckley.
Hello.
Hey,
how's it going?
How was Hawaii?
Hawaii was outstanding. It was perfect weather the entire time. We had the kids with us, but we also had grandparents with us. So
that's a big deal.
Yeah, if it was
ditch the little booger rockets.
Yeah, traveling with kids, just the parents is not necessarily easy to enjoy.
Well,
whereas if you have reinforcements there,
well, you got littles
a lot
too.
better. Yeah, 4 and 2 basically.
As the kids get a little bit older, you can just send them off to do their own thing.
For sure.
And they don't really want to be with you anyways. But when you got the littles,
yeah.
That's a full-time job, so you don't really get the vacation. But when you got the grandparents, now do the grandparents like taking the kids, or do you have to foist them?
No, in fact, my mom grew a little shadow over the weekend, or over the course of the week. My oldest son does not want to leave grandma's side whatsoever, and so he was following her around, sticking to her like
and
white
you're
on
like,
rice.
no, bring my son back.
Yeah. Oh, and then my mom's like, why don't you take some more time out of the pool? We're like, that sounds good. Thanks, Mom.
What? Pool and drinking and gambling? Oh, okay, Mom, if you insist. Like, that's one of those things. Like, it just depends. But if you've got like the super exuberant grandparent,
yeah,
that's the best of both.
And then my
worlds.
stepdad is the youngest of all the grandparents. He's like the most spry, so he can like run around and he can actually chase them and stuff like that. My mom's had both her knees replaced, so it's not. But she's the heart of the operation, and then stepdad is kind of like the. He's the engine that makes it go.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
So you get a little bit of both worlds. I've told all my kids that, because I'm fine. You know, whether I end up being El Padre or not. I know eventually one will probably come my way. I got 3 kids. Now, the 2 daughters have both said that they don't really want kids, but we'll see what happens.
You see when they find their partners.
Exactly, right? The son's a little more open to it. So, whether one comes or not, I'll spoil the little brat. Yeah. When the kid's like, 3 or 4, we'll take it out. Take it to like the dog track or whatever, teach it how to, place a few bets, teach them about scotch, some cigars,
that kind of
important stuff, monkey knife fights.
Yeah.
But the BTJ, the big time Japanese, so she, my kids, or that's kind of her, like she kind of had to come along later when my kids were all adults. So whoever ends up having the first grandkid, that poor bastard, they're going to get a Japanese woman that just shows up at the door and isn't going to leave.
Is ready to shower gifts and love for now to the rest of eternity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I say, on one hand, you're going to be happy because you're going to have an extra set of hands. You might have to explain to the partner that the Asian lady isn't leaving anytime soon. You might want to just like set up the spare bedroom because she's moving in.
Well, and now the funny dynamic is we got home and we spent the next 2 days moving out of our house because we are doing asbestos abatement starting tomorrow.
You
We
have
have
asbestos?
we have the popcorn ceilings and stuff, and we should have done it when we moved in. But so we temporarily have moved into Grandma's house following vacation with Grandma, and so now the kids are just like, we're just gonna stay with Cece the whole time.
So basically, your kids at this point hate you.
Yeah, bedtime was miserable last night because Grandma needed to part ways from our little family crew.
Living with Grandma. Huh?
Yeah.
How long
Living with my mom again at age 40.
How long does asbestos take? Like,
Well,
do you actually have it, or do you just have to check for it?
No, they've already checked for it. We have it.
And
If you leave it undisturbed, it's fine. But we would like to disturb it to do some things in the kitchen. And so the first thing that has to happen is they take it out of the whole damn house.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had like a leak in my ceiling, like a pipe, and I had to do the test before they could do anything. They have to test for it, but mine was negative. And my house was built like in the 80s, and it has the popcorn ceiling as well.
Yeah.
But
I think it was part of the
was negative.
trend. But like, yeah, ours was built in I think 68 or 69.
Yeah.
And yeah, they tested. They're like, yeah, you have it. If you want to do any work in here ever, you're gonna need to get rid of it.
Huh.
So
Can I also be honest about something? I don't really know what that is. I just know that
it's supposed to be bad for you, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be bad for you.
Don't inhale it.
But it's like, it's in old houses. I feel like it's associated with popcorn ceilings. I think it killed like Steve McQueen, like working in the shipyards.
Oh, wow.
But I
Okay.
don't really know like I don't think does anyone know what it is? It's just there. So you have a poison killer in your ceiling that how long you been living at that house?
5 or 6 years.
And everyone's like, you're fine.
Yeah.
Like just don't.
Well, that's
just
why
don't
you have to like
disturb
get
it.
out and you got to take all your stuff with you. So like we had to move furniture out and all that.
Really?
Yeah.
How bad does that suck?
So
you get
kinda.
back from Hawaii,
Yeah.
and did you know coming back from Hawaii that this was happening?
Oh yeah. We planned for it ahead of time. We were kind of doing like pieces at a time, and then right before we left, we got one of those like storage pods because we had to take all our beds and all our couches and all that stuff out of the house. Yeah.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever met anyone that has asbestos. Like here we are thinking Rop has cat AIDS. Maybe he does. Maybe he
maybe
doesn't.
I have what is it mesothelioma that
I
it
think
causes?
that is mesothelioma.
Yeah, so maybe I'm living with it. We don't even know.
Have you called one of those like hotlines? I think you can get some money for that.
I think you can get cash if that's what ends up happening to me.
Yeah, it's like if you had popcorn ceilings, if you were in that Camp Lejeune, apparently you're gonna die. Which, by the way, that's probably good for you and bad for you. One, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
But you'll probably get some cash out of it. You should call the advocates.
Well, that's a good point. And actually, I mean, we knew that asbestos was there when we moved into the house. So we're like, let's play with fire here.
You knew it was so when you
again. The whole thing is
Hold on.
it's
So
totally fine if you don't disturb it.
Let me just
it's like a
5
sleeping
years ago.
giant.
5 years ago.
Yeah.
So you didn't have kids at the time, but you were pregnant.
We were planning to have kids.
Oh, because
yeah.
the little man's like 4.
Yeah, he's not quite 4. Yeah.
Not quite 4. Okay. So let me just I want the timeline here of Ryan Buckley events because this explains a lot. So you and your lovely bride, recently married, thinking about buying your first home, planning a family.
Yeah.
You find a house.
It has asbestos.
And
We're in.
You do the whole thing. You got to do the test, and they're like, I got bad news for you. Asbestos. And you thought, what the hell? I'll just move in.
I'm pretty sure, and I know that there will be people on the text line that can help confirm this. It really is not a big deal unless you start working with it. Like, unless you start bashing up your ceiling or doing things in the walls. Like, it's trapped in there.
So you're just fine.
Yeah, I mean,
There
at
was
least
no-
that's what they've told me. That's
there
what the
was
realtor
no-
told me.
there was no
That's what the
thought
house
to-
inspector told me.
Like when you go get a house inspection, right? And it turns out like you got a leaky roof or whatever, like you get some money for that. Let me ask you this, you cheap bastard, because this is terrifying. Did they give you money to take care of the asbestos? Because like I said,
No.
if you move into a home and there's like a leaky roof, they'll knock like 10 grand off the price.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, that it gets.
They didn't because they
give
know
you
it's been there like there have been multiple owners who have bought the house with that being the case.
Because I feel like that's one of those where they give you some money and they're like, oh, you take care of it. And you and the missus are like, we'll be fine. Let's just take that savings, put it in the pocket. And a couple years from now, we're going to go to Hawaii instead of removing the asbestos.
Now, there's the other thing. I can't remember what it's called now. It's like there's it's not carbon, but it's like there's a gas that's in the ground that if you have too much of it, you need to like essentially vent it from your home. So that was the other thing that we actually did have to do. We had to put like a $3,000 pipe in our home to pump out potentially toxic gases.
So basically, you're living in a cesspool.
Maybe.
You are a walking like lawyer's dream right now. Everyone, because I see those commercials all the time. Have you been affected by blah, blah, blah? That's you. You have poisonous gas. You have some sort of carcinogenic in your ceiling, which apparently you don't care about. And so now that you're ready to remove, like you're getting rid of the popcorn ceiling, now it has to be dealt with.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly right.
And someone asking, is it radon? Is that what you got?
That's what it is. Yep, radon. We have to get the radon pumped out of there. That's right.
So you are living with asbestos and radon gas.
Well, it was
and have been for quite some time.
They did the whole radon test. They found out how much is in the air, and if it exceeds a certain amount of particles, you have to get something that kind of pumps some air out. And it's still considered a safe level, but if you know about it, you have to do something about it. So, yeah.
This makes me so happy. We talk about this all the time, that you are like an onion. There are so many layers to you. And it just, and the casual way in which you drop them. Oh yeah, I spent some time in a Turkish bathhouse. Oh yeah. Mongolia. Yeah, I've been to Mongolia. Yeah, I taught Mongolian kids how to throw a curveball over there. And now casually, hey, I'm back from Hawaii. Yeah, it was a great time. Yeah, I got to move out of the house. Oh, I got some asbestos.
Living in poison.
Yeah, some asbestos I got to deal with. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass because I just dealt with that radon gas situation. Do you live under some power lines by any chance?
No, but you know what? One of the first houses we looked at here happened to be under some. Someone asked if I drank bleach when COVID first started. No, but when I was a year old and I first started to walk, I did drink paint thinner once.
I had that when, I don't remember what it was. The only time, because I was raised mostly by my stepdad, who is now passed. And I always joke that I do not ever remember him raising a hand to me, ever, except for one time. I was drinking some sort of chemical under the sink. And I don't remember what it was. I think it might have been like turpentine.
Okay. Yeah.
I remember it being kind of like a brownish liquid. Mm-hmm. And I remember him booting me in the ass. Like he came up from behind. I think I was like 4, It's like one of my first memories.
Yeah.
Because I had never been hit. They didn't spank me. And I just remember my dad just like Rick Mosley, Washington Redskins style, like nice wind up, full on, just boot right to the crack. And like me like going forward and like hitting my head like on the sink and being like, what? And then I realized, I think it might have been turpentine. Yeah. But I'm not certain. It was something along those. Maybe it was antifreeze or something I was drinking.
Something that kids should not ingest.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
So you have no bleach, but some
paint thinner around the age of 1. Yeah.
At least you were like 1. Yeah. I was old enough to.
You like knew what you were doing. Yeah, no, I just wandered into a room where there had been painting going on or repainting going on, and someone had left a jar of it on the floor, and I just picked it up and yeah.
Now people are asking, any lead paint in the Buckley household by chance?
No. We got that. That's all good.
And so lead paint you should not live with, right?
I think that's also right.
Because the asbestos guy is in. Yeah, he's saying he's an inspector. He said as long as you're living in a house and it's not disturbed, it's fine.
Yeah.
What constitutes disturbed though?
Like you can't literally you can't rip up the ceilings. You can't. I mean, if you
Can you hit the ceiling?
I think if a little bonk here and there wouldn't hurt.
What if
kill
you're
you.
throwing the little man up like playing a game of Wii? And
I just get little asbestos chunks in his head.
Yeah, he like hits a little like how much asbestos is too much asbestos? It's like the radon gas. So paint chips, bleach, paint thinner. You've got all the bases covered.
Yeah, I live in fear of no chemical substance apparently.
Right. Well, in Hawaii it was great. Everything was good.
Yeah. Yeah.
outside of the asbestos that you're currently dealing
Yeah,
with.
we bookended it with bonked heads from both boys. We had a slip and fall from the older one on the first day, and a fall forward, losing my balance on the last day that caused a little bit of concern. But overall, things were wonderful. We were around family, weather was great, pool right by the beach. It was awesome.
That's
yeah,
good.
It was great.
And
Yep.
Maui, right?
We were
How
in
did you see?
Kaanapali.
How is Maui recovered? Because that was obviously was
So
that
I mean,
2 years ago for you?
Lahaina is gone.
Just
So,
still
I mean, it's
nothing.
basically gone. The whole Front Street area, when you drive from like the main highway that goes around it, like
just
you used to be able to
nothing.
not see through it. You would see
Yeah.
all the buildings and shops and stuff, and now you just see right through to the ocean. It does look like there's a ton of rebuilding effort going on everywhere. There's lots of new framework up places, but it's crazy. I mean, I know that it happened multiple places over the island, but that one stretch. Just before you get to Kaanapali, all the way back through the front of Lahaina was scorched. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's just sad to see. I'm
Totally,
because you've been there a bunch of times, right?
Yeah, we've been there. We did this specific area twice before.
Yeah. So just to see it. And
Yeah, totally different. One of our favorite restaurants we found out did survive, and so we went and ordered from them over the week.
does it feel like it's bounced back a little bit though?
A little bit. I mean, the other thing too is like once you get into start to get up into the Kaanapali area, it starts to get a little bit greener, and like everything kind of turns okay. So it's almost like there's just a line you could draw from where the fire ended at the end of Front Street in Lahaina, and from there on, it's kind of good and it feels like normal.
And the people were pretty welcoming. Obviously, they're trying to get the tourism.
Yeah, no,
back.
we didn't have any issues with locals at all. We tried to frequent local shops and local restaurants and stuff.
Good.
So yeah.
All right. Well, good to have you back.
Good to be
I don't know
back.
how much you saw of this thing. I believe the NCAA tournament.
Quite a bit.
We were wondering how, because we were fully expecting a Ryan Buckley like a swath of lines to become. You missed the TGL final.
I know.
No TGL final. We didn't get any of the Buckley lines.
Yeah. I texted Isaac on Monday from vacation because I went up to like the cocktail bar by the pool, and I'm like, oh my God, they're on hole 3 of the TGL final, and I couldn't believe that I had been missing it. It's just like you guys didn't even know me anymore.
It wasn't the same.
No,
it wasn't the same without you. All right. Well, when we come back, we'll get into the Final Four because it is set. It's a historic Final Four. Only the second time it's ever been done. People are making the arguments: was this the best Final Four? Is this, I should say, the best Final Four of all time? And what's weird is this feels like this has been a very, very bland tournament, and the numbers would say otherwise. That when we come back. Primetime here on The Fan.
Check The Fan.
All right, welcome back in. Primetime here, recapping the, I guess I should say the Sweet 16 and Elite 8. It really hasn't been a great tournament. When you think about like memorable moments, I mean, we had the great Houston-Purdue inbound play, which was fantastic.
Yeah, that was incredible. I watched that live.
That was great. And especially because one of the rubs that we always talk about with college basketball is how many times you just need a 2 to win, and you end up, and out of a timeout, you end up with a piss poor 29-foot fadeaway 3.
You dribble it out for a little bit, then you don't get a good look.
Whereas that was an actual, like, I love that there was an actual inbounds play.
Yeah.
And it worked.
It almost looked like an option play. Like if he had stayed somewhere else, they would have gone somewhere else. But like it worked to perfection.
A lot of motion, had him confused, and you got an easy layup. And thanks for coming. Houston moves on to the Elite 8, and then they smother Tennessee. And Tennessee had, 15 points in the first half? 15 points in the first half. And trust me, as a team, my team, BYU, who's played Houston twice and has lost by 30 basically both times, Houston may not be the most exciting team in the country, but Houston will smother your ass. 15 points, by the way, in the first half, like an all-time low for that round in the tournament.
Yep, I saw that.
Never seen it before. 15 points. I mean, no offense, but that's like bad women's basketball. Like at the beginning of the women's tournament, when you see like South Carolina play like one of the 15 or 16 seeds, like that's this. Like I think Connecticut beat someone by like 70 points, and even Gino was like, there is such a discrepancy in the women's game between the haves and the have-nots. 15 points.
Yeah, and I think a couple were those were on free throws or something. So it was like they had like 4 total baskets in the first 20 minutes of the game.
So like I don't really know what to make of this because it really hasn't been an exciting tournament, right? We had the one buzzer beater with Maryland, the freshman kid.
Yep.
We had the inbounds play in this because that was the Sweet 16 to get to the Elite 8. That was Houston. I mean, I guess we had the big Arkansas fold your tent. We had the comeback there with Texas Tech.
Yeah, and frankly, Florida's comeback over the weekend was pretty impressive.
Florida was down.
I mean, they were down. They went on a huge run to close the game, 20-6 run to close the game or something like that.
They were down like 10 with 3 and some change to play, 9 or 10.
And the kid took over. He's launching Steph Curry threes.
Well, and that Walter Clayton Jr. kid has kind of become
face of the tournament.
I would say the face of the tournament. I mean, Cooper Flagg is the face of college basketball right now, at least on the men's side. And I would say that Clayton and probably Broom for Auburn are the 2 breakout stars, and both All-Americans. But Clayton has really kind of elevated his game.
Yeah, he's fun to watch.
He's fun to watch. But again, like you look at this, and it's the first time since I think 2008 that we've had 4. It's second time of all time.
Yeah, I knew it was second ever. I
second
couldn't remember
ever.
The last
the 2008 Final Four was UCLA, Memphis, North Carolina, and Kansas.
Okay.
And that was the Kansas Mario Chalmers Memphis game. And this is the first time since that, and I think it's the second time since the tournament came to the expanded version, which was in the 80s, that we've had all 4 number 1 seeds. And so we sit here and we say that we want buzzer beaters and we want the Cinderella story. Well, none of this. This is the chalkiest tournament we've seen, period, end of story. Hasn't necessarily been great games. I'm far from it. I mean, I watched this weekend, but I didn't think anything was necessarily riveting. In fact, a handful of them. The Michigan State game I thought was pretty boring. The Duke game we were watching over at a friend's house. Again, not much drama to it. I mean, Auburn went on, a 17-0 run early in the game and basically kept them at arm distance.
They never really made it a game after that.
Never felt like Alabama made it a game. Tennessee certainly didn't make it a game ever.
Oh, they did bring it to 6 for us for a second, but it was they got dominated.
I never once felt that Tennessee was in that game. And yet, when we look at this, we got 4 1 seeds, and it's the biggest rating since 1993.
Really?
Yeah.
I hadn't seen those numbers.
9.5 million people average tuning in. CBS, TBS, TNT, and True TV averaging 9.4 million viewers. I mean, this is just monster numbers. And over the weekend, they averaged over 10. These are the best numbers since 1993.
Wow, I wonder, and they're not attributing that to anything yet, are they?
I don't know what you attribute it to.
Yeah.
Like, and that's kind of my thing with this tournament that I can't necessarily wrap my head around.
Because it's not like you had any huge superstars besides Flagg going in.
And so that's your question. Is this because the women's numbers, while they're okay, they're not Caitlin Clark numbers.
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark was a once in a generation type player that just, when she was there, everything was enormous, and still is in the WNBA. Is that Cooper Flagg?
And that's the thing, is there are so many other games going on. It can't, that he's not playing, and it can't be him. So is it that it's more predictable? So teams and brands that people know and have known all season are still there playing. Like, everyone loves the upset, but then, when the St. Peters of the world go on to play in the Sweet 16, people don't care. I don't know. I can't come up with what the reason would be.
No. And then you talk about brand names, and yes, Duke is the name of names, right? I would make the argument that there's no big, if you want TV ratings, because let's say Kansas is there. Kansas is the definition of a blue blood.
Yeah.
But I don't think people actively root against Kansas. Duke is the ultimate. They're the Yankees because there's an S ton of people that love them and there's an S ton of people that hate them.
Yeah.
Although, can I admit something? I don't hate Duke quite like I used to.
Yeah, there's something about, I tend to like John Shire. I tend to like the way his kids play. There was a little bit of piousness with the whole Coach K thing. He seemed to think he was kind of better than everybody at times, even though he's a Hall of Fame, one of the best coaches ever to do it. But I don't find this Duke team unlikable.
No, I don't. And I find myself liking Cooper Flagg. Seems like a good kid.
Sure.
And again, following in the legend's footstep, they always say no one wants to do that, and yet here we are.
Flags!
Right? Duke, probably the hardest thing in sports to follow someone like that.
Mm-hmm.
Go ask anyone that, and no one's cast a bigger shadow in college basketball than Coach K. Maybe Wooden, but obviously he's long gone. But you still have that hatred of Duke. So you have Duke. I'll give you that. Auburn's been to 2 Final Fours. Auburn's not a blue blood.
No.
Florida had their run with obviously Billy Donovan in back-to-back titles, but I wouldn't certainly.
But we're 17, 18 years removed from that.
Yeah, I'm not making. That was Greg Oden, for God's sakes, when he was playing against Ohio State.
Noah, who's now retired from the NBA for years.
Yeah, I don't think of Florida as some sort of needle mover. And then you got Houston. And Calvin Sampson's done a great job there in Houston, and
they're kind of fun to watch, but how many people can name one player out of the Houston starting 5?
You can't.
They're not like a super identifiable team.
So then I keep going back to this. We don't have great games. We haven't had buzzer beaters. We haven't had Cinderella. We don't necessarily have enormous programs. We do have 1 seeds. We do have chalk. There were a lot of 2s, a lot of 3s. I mean, no 12s, no 9s, nothing like that in the even in the Elite 8, right? It was basically chalk going all the way through. And the games have been good. They haven't been great, and yet we have the best numbers. Not since, you always see this, it's the best number since 2021 or 2019. 1993?
I know.
1993?
And the second thought that just occurred to me on this is it an indictment kind of indirectly, potentially, on the NBA and that product? Are people who like basketball disenfranchised because of all the players sitting out and all the blowouts and the predictability of that league, that you're like, man, finally I'm going to get something that might be more competitive? I don't know.
It's possible. I will tell you right now, even with the Blazers having a somewhat relevant season, although that obviously looks like that court has been pulled. And maybe I'm the wrong one, because I am not a diehard NBA guy. Although maybe I am the guy to talk about this, because the Dannies of the world will watch. He'll tell you the NBA is great as ever, and he loves the NBA, and no matter what, he's going to watch, right? I guess that's like me with the NFL. I'll watch the NFL no matter what. No matter what you throw out there, I'm going to watch it. But I don't think that's necessarily what moves the needle. I do think that the casual fan is the one that drives this, right? The NBA is always going to have its diehard NBA fans, but the casuals, I find, as a casual NBA fan, I find the NBA very hard to follow right now. I don't find it very interesting. I think when we get to the playoffs, I think it'll be interesting. I think especially in the West, I think the West playoffs are going to be bananas. East, not so much. Just get me to Cleveland and Boston and who's ever going to play coming out of the West. Is there an element of that where people, like you said, or people starve for basketball? And they're like, I don't know, I'll take this. I'll take this in college.
The other thought coming in on the text line, the prevalence of gambling. More and more people, especially, can sit in their homes and create their own sports book just sitting there watching games. I don't know if that moves the needle.
It's been around for,
but I feel like gambling is now more accessible in almost every state than it used to be.
I think there's like 30. It's 30 something. I want to say 34.
And they've
35.
probably picked up another 10 or 12 in the last year, something like that. So maybe that has an impact. I don't know.
I don't know. I just think it's interesting that this tournament, and maybe we'll get the unbelievable Final Four. But if you had to say right now, your lasting memory of this tournament is what?
Gosh. I mean, it's probably it's probably Clayton this last round
Right?
just going scorched earth at the end of that game. And that's like, or maybe it's the inbound play.
Yeah. Honestly, I think mine is just that I'm going to remember this as chalk.
Yeah.
If you ask me what the image of this tournament is, it's just no upsets. It's just it's favorites.
It's crazy.
It's
Well,
favorites moving on. So
And I can pull the exact numbers, but it going back to last tournament, which essentially was the start of like everybody transferring everywhere, a lot of the balance of talent has shifted. And so you're getting way more chalk because kids that are at mid-majors or lesser known schools that perform for 1 year, they hop to the bigger, better brand where they get more exposure. And now you're in this situation where I think teams have favored of 6 points or more are like 68-2 straight up in the last 2 years. Like they just, the upsets, the true upsets are not happening.
well, and we'll talk about that because this is the debate going forward. Is this now the tournament? I mean, there's some interesting storylines around not just the tournament, but kind of the future of college basketball. And we love to do the, oh my God, the sky is falling. What are we going to do? But do the numbers tell us that the future of basketball, the future of collegiate basketball is great, despite the quote, problems facing it. And those problems do seem significant, but as long as the results are that people are paying attention to it and people are dumping money into it, are there problems? We'll discuss next here, Buckley Sports Center, though.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan. On the hardwood, the Final Four is set for just the second time in the history of the men's tournament. All 1 seeds win their region. In the semis on Saturday, we'll get an SEC matchup between Florida and Auburn. The other semifinal is Duke and Cooper Flagg taking on Kelvin Sampson's Houston Cougars. Oregon center Nate Biddle has declared for the NBA draft, but will not sign with an agent, leaving the door open for him to return to college. Biddle said in a social media post if he does elect to return to school, it will be to play for another season at Oregon. In the women's game, a pair of trips to the Final Four on the line tonight. Former Oregon Duck Sedona Prince and the TCU Horned Frogs looking to knock off 1 seed Texas at 4 o'clock on ESPN. Then at 6 o'clock, it's Paige Beckers and 1 seed UConn taking on 2 seed USC without star Juju Watkins. That one will tip right around 6 o'clock. On the college gridiron, Stanford has named former Panthers and Colts head coach Frank Reich as their interim head coach. Reich will replace Troy Taylor, who Stanford fired for mistreatment of its staff members. And on the diamond, the Mariners host the winless Detroit Tigers tonight at T-Mobile. Emerson Hancock making his first start of the season for Seattle, while Jackson Jobe makes his first career start for the Tigers. First pitch from Soto tonight at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill.
then, talking a little NCAA tournament. As we mentioned, first times all 4 top seeds have played in the Final Four since 2008. Second time it's ever happened. First time since 1985 that all higher seeds went 12-0 in the regional semifinals and finals for the first time. And that was when it expanded in 1985. So this indeed appears to be
the chalkiest of the chalk.
The chalkiest of the chalk that we've ever seen. And as we look forward, Duke, Houston, Auburn, Florida, I'm excited. I think this should be a good Final Four. In fact, I said about halfway through the tournament, if you gave me Florida and Duke right now, let's go. That's, and no offense to Auburn, no offense to Houston. I wouldn't mind seeing Houston win. I think watching Kelvin Sampson cut down the nets, I'd be on board with that. I could see it, but
has he kind of fallen back into public favor? Because he was was known as such a slimy, slippery guy.
And I think now when you look at it, I think kind of what he was accused of doing, it's like text messages. I think a lot of stuff now in regards to old violations. Even guys like John Calipari, you want to talk about a slimy guy.
Yeah.
Like John Calipari is a slimy guy, right? Everywhere he goes, UMass, Memphis, we mentioned that Memphis team, the Derrick Rose didn't even take his SAT.
Yeah.
He had someone take his SAT for him, which I still would love to know who actually was Derrick Rose who sat down and who took that SAT. But even Calipari, I think, has somewhat escaped that because, the Reggie Bush thing, Cam Newton in college football, we just entered in a world now where I think maybe even a steroid baseball thing. At the time, it seemed like a big deal. At time, it seemed, maybe a good like societal thing is weed. It used to be back in the day, oh man.
There's a lot of pearl clutching about it initially, and now it's so prevalent, and it's kind of more of the way people are doing it that you look at it now and you're like,
like whatever, dude. Yeah.
I think there's a lot to that.
I saw a video today of, I think it was in Florida. Some high school kids ran from the cops and flipped their Mustang, and scary stuff. And the cop comes over to him. The car's like sitting on his the car's sitting upside down, and they're like, "Dude, are you okay? What the hell?" And he sees like he sees weed, and he's like, "Did you run because of the weed?" And the kids are like, "Yeah." He goes, "It would have been a ticket." It's like,
you're not going to jail.
You're not going to jail. So I just think times evolve and change, and so I do think that Sampson has. I think he's escaped that, and I think because he was labeled as, quote, kind of a sleazy guy, I think people kind of feel bad about that, and I feel like he's on a bit of a redemption tour. I think he would probably be a feel-good story if Houston were to win. And you'd have to take down Duke, and Duke still has the Evil Empire stuff, even if it's not Coach K. But Duke, Florida would be a great one. Houston, Auburn, I'll be interested to see what these numbers are. Because we know the numbers of the tournament have been massive. Best since 93. I think if it's Duke, Florida, it's a monster number. I think if it's Houston, Auburn, I'll be interested. I'll be interested to see.
Because even Duke, Auburn, I think you would get the hype of the two National Player of the Year candidates, Flag and Broom, going head-to-head. There'd be some of that. The hardest one probably to sell is that Houston-Auburn one, but otherwise, we should be getting a great matchup regardless.
And a lot of people are just saying that it boils down for them is just gambling.
Sure.
We're getting a lot of feedback on YouTube, a lot of feedback on the text line, just saying it's just gambling. And it's true. I was over at, we were like at a little kind of friends dinner party sort of thing. And most of the guys there, when they were talking about the tournament, they were talking about gambling, which is odd because I feel like we've been gambling forever.
Mm-hmm.
You always have your bracket. You always have your tournament pool. I don't even fill one of those out anymore. I'm making individual bets.
A lot of people don't, yeah.
I've gambled offshore for years. But maybe it's just it's as simple as that every year that legalized gambling grows and grows and more people are doing it, maybe that's simply all this is.
I think it's just become like more savory or more palatable for the public too. Now like everyone's favorite podcast has a DraftKings promo in it, whereas before it's like, okay, you can do it, but we don't really even want to talk about it. Like it's just become more widely accepted and therefore more people are doing it.
So does this mean, because I do think, look, we're not going to get number one seeds every year.
No.
But I do think this is going to become more of the norm. It just is.
Yeah.
You can't tell me when you look around at all these teams, you look at all the transfers from small. Clayton Jr., who again has probably been the breakout star of this tournament, he's an Iona kid. Mm-hmm. Like the mid-major, I think, is dead.
Did you see the graphic that was circulating before the Sweet 16 of every team's starting five and where they began their careers?
No.
It was fascinating to look at because almost none of these teams, with the exception of Purdue, had all of their own homegrown talent. Every single one of them are plucking from the Drakes, the Ionas, the St. Louises of the world, and those were teams that used to upset people because those players stayed there. And now that those players are moving to the greener pastures, where there's more NIL dollars, where there's a bigger brand for them to kind of launch their career off of, all the players from those small schools are now on these bigger teams, and that. With those bigger brands and teams collecting all the talent, you're just going to get more chalk in and out.
Well, and I saw this too with Auburn. So Auburn maybe isn't a traditional blue blood, but in this world of SEC kind of dominance, and it's their second Final Four in a number of years. So Auburn's good. Like, they're one of the newer kind of SEC powers, if you will. And normally when we think about like an SEC power team versus maybe a smaller school, it's the idea of it's 19 and 20-year-old kids versus the kids from Iona or the kids from McNeese that are 22, 23, 24. So just for reference here, you could run out a lineup right now of the Portland Trail Blazers of Denny Avia, their best player, 24 years old. Kamara is 24. Kling Kong is 21, and Sharp and Scoot 21 apiece. So you could roll out that starting five with the Blazers. And Auburn's starting five right now, 24, 22, 25, 22, 23. It's older than the Blazers starting five. So, and that's supposed to be a mid-major sort of lineup, and it's not. It's now going to start. I think that's going to start becoming the norm for the Blue Bloods. You'll get the Cooper Flags that are sprinkled in, obviously, but they're going to be surrounded by a veteran cast of players that are sticking around and that are being supplemented by the juniors and seniors from smaller schools. I just think this is the future of college basketball.
I think you're right.
And I don't know what the long-term damage or the long-term health of the game becomes off of that. I would have thought that these numbers would have been abysmal, but they're great. So we can sit here and bitch and moan about no Cinderellas, but imagine if we had this sort of viewership based on this kind of chalk, but you actually had great games. You throw in some buzzer beaters, you had some real back and forth. Maybe all along we've been clamoring for Cinderella, and we really haven't. Maybe we just have always wanted Goliath. I mean, Colin talks about this all the time, that we can sit here and say that we want the little underdog, but at the end of the day, in the NCAA tournament, it's usually the Blue Bloods anyways.
The little underdog doesn't really move the needle the way we would like to think it does.
No. Major League Baseball has this, right? Like, when you get a plucky underdog, you get the Diamondbacks to make the World Series. No one in Major League Baseball wants the Diamondbacks to make the World Series. You want the Yankees. You can hate the Dodgers all you want, and by the way, you probably should. The Dodgers are just kicking the living hell out of people. I don't know if you've seen their first 5-game numbers. They're just, it's an unstoppable freight train. But guess what? People are going to watch. And so maybe that's, for all our pearl clutching, maybe the NCAA tournament is never going to be better from a marketing standpoint, from a viewership standpoint, simply than where we're entering into this world right now. The world of NIL, the world of the transfer portal. Because I don't think that I don't see a way that the mid-major survives.
It feels like it's getting iced out for sure.
And not even just the mid-major. I don't know if you've seen kind of what happened with Maryland.
Yeah.
But
even the punchy major.
I want to touch upon this because one last thing when we come back, and then we'll maybe get into some NBA stuff and some NFL, some news out of that. But there was like an interesting little nugget I saw today in regards to the Maryland coaching situation, which, by the way, if you haven't seen, Kevin Willard, who kind of resurrected Maryland's program, he is going to be the Knicks coach at Villanova, which was the worst kept secret in college basketball.
And he handled it so poorly, but that's beside the point.
Pissed all over his shoes. And it's a travesty that was something that Maryland had to deal with while in the middle of the tournament. But I thought there was something interesting today that I read about that, of kind of why he left and why he waged the war that he did. And while I don't obviously agree with the way he went about doing it, interesting little nugget about where college basketball goes in regards to where college football is going. That when we come back. Primetime here on The Fan.
The Fan.
Talking NCAA tournament, kind of the future of college basketball, where we go from here. Buck sent me this, and this is what you were talking about, the makeup of the Sweet 16 teams.
It's like the disappearing act of the mid-major.
So they went from 2019 to 2025, so just 6 years. So, and this is Sweet 16 teams, transfers. Only 13% of all players, and so they did the top 8, by the way, right? And Oregon, by the way, was included in this. They were in the Sweet 16 in 2019. So only 13% of the top 8 players in the Sweet 16 were transfers. And by the way,
and by top 8, you mean minutes played.
Minutes played.
Yeah.
Top 8 players. So Duke, Virginia Tech, Michigan State. I'm trying to see if there was anyone else. Not a single transfer. Virginia only had 1. Oregon had 2. Purdue had 1. Tennessee was all Tennessee. North Carolina had 1. Auburn had 1. Houston had 1. Kentucky had 1. Michigan had 1. Texas Tech had 3. Florida State had 1. And Gonzaga had 3. And LSU had 1 from Oregon. So 13% of all players in the Sweet 16, top 8 minutes played on each team, were transfers. 2025, over half, 56. And really the only outliers in this, Michigan State had 1. Michigan State was homegrown, and BYU more or less was homegrown. They had 2.
And that makes more sense just because of the religious affiliation.
Affiliation. Like, you're not going to get a lot of transfers into BYU. Stanford will be this way too. You can't transfer into Stanford because of academics. And Purdue. Purdue didn't have a single one. Purdue was homegrown, which again kind of makes sense that Purdue's a little kind of gritty, and Purdue is not about 5-star recruits. Purdue is kind of homegrown talent.
And it's not often going to be seen as the greener pasture from a recruit from somewhere else.
But Duke's got kids from Tulane, Syracuse, Purdue. Arizona is from all over the place. Alabama from all over the place. Auburn from all over the place. Florida all over the place. Maryland. Texas Tech is Texas Tech only has 2 players that actually started at Texas Tech. 6 of their top 8 are all transfers in. Same thing with like Arkansas. I mean, it's kind of nuts when you look at it. So this is the future of college basketball, and there's no way it's going back. There's just no way, especially with revenue sharing, that any of the mid-majors, or not even just mid-majors and little guys, the lower tiered Power 4 teams.
Yes.
So Kevin Willard, obviously, who was the coach at Maryland, it was kind of one of the stories, I think, of the tournament, is that he basically came out and waged war against his university while he was in the tournament with Maryland. Was talking about, well, the athletic director left, and I don't know if I'm going to be here, and was bitching about their NIL. And by the way, I guess one of the things that he was upset about is when the House settlement comes through, which, by the way, if you don't know, the House settlement is what is going to allow for schools to pay NIL directly through the schools, not just the boosters anymore, but they can revenue share up to $20-something million. Problem in that we're finding out now is not every school is going to share revenue equally. Football is going to be the driving force behind this, right? Now, it turns out at Maryland, they were willing to give Kevin Willard $4 million, which, by the way, is going to be at the high end. They're saying most big college basketball programs are going to be around that $4 million range. And Maryland was like, no, we're going to do it. Here's the difference, though, and this is kind of, keep an eye on this. Is there finally an advantage for a school like Villanova, which, by the way, is where Kevin Willard is going? You know what Villanova doesn't play? Football.
Yeah.
They don't have a Division I football team.
So they don't have that revenue to share off of.
Guess what Villanova's kicking in for revenue sharing? 6. So when
it's not 20, it's not 22.
So when you look at now, I do think there's going to be schools that this won't be an issue because money is just going to be flush. But for schools like Maryland who say, hey, no, we are going to revenue share with the big boys. We'll give you the $4 million. And then Villanova says, well, we don't have to share with football. We could go ahead and give you 6. So there might actually be some advantage to places like Gonzaga, to places like Villanova that don't necessarily, that either don't have football programs or don't commit to their football programs. Connecticut would be another one. UConn.
Sure, yeah.
They're not going to have to split the pie. Like when you're at Ohio State, no offense to Ohio State basketball, you ain't getting the bulk of the money.
No.
Florida, and Florida's a great school who's won national titles in basketball. You are not getting the bulk of the money. You're just not. But places where basketball is king, I'm guessing Duke gets a bigger percentage of the pie. I'm guessing Kansas gets a bigger percent of the pie.
Yep.
And in other places where you don't have to split it, places like Villanova, it's just weird to think that Villanova is, for once, going to actually be an advantage for not being a football school. Gonzaga could be at an advantage. So just something to keep an eye on. I just kind of assumed that when that House settlement came down, that everyone would kind of split up the pie the same way. And I read an article today that was basically saying there could be an advantage for schools that don't have to play football.
That's pretty fascinating.
Creighton would be another one.
Yeah.
There are some really good basketball programs.
Yeah, absolutely.
That don't play football. And that's never been, I don't think that's ever been seen.
St. John's?
Yeah, St. John's would be another one. By the way, St. John's just got a big transfer.
Yeah. Where was he? Yeah, I saw that today before I came in.
Was that the Kansas kid?
I'll look it up and find out.
Yeah, St. John's ended up getting a big one today, which again, another place that you don't have to fight for those resources, because there is going to be a limited amount of money. When this House settlement comes through, athletic programs are going to be fighting. Like, you may get, I think what they're saying, like 20 to 22 million that they're going to split up.
He was from Providence, Bryce Hopkins.
Kansas had one of their big freshmen enter the portal today, although I don't think he decided where he was going to go. But when the House settlement comes actually and gets settled here, which they're still fighting through this crap, and I know it's maddening because like every day you hear that there's a new twist and turn, but eventually this stuff is going to settle. And whether it's 20, 22 million, 23 million, you hear those numbers kicked around, that is going to be the overall pool to split. Remember, that's for everybody. That's for every sport that has to be split. Now, it sounds like they're not going to have to split it equally with the gals. Originally, that was a Title IX thing. And then this administration came in and said, yeah, no, that's so no offense, whatever you think of that, the women are not getting an equal cut of this. And I promise you, in most places, the women's cut is going to be so very small. Remember, separate from NIL. So NIL different, but revenue sharing. So TV contract money. So if you've got 22 million and you're going to split it, like let's take Oregon, I'll be very interested to see what Oregon's split is.
Yeah. Yeah, I would too.
Because they're saying 4 million is going to be that's going to be the robust number for basketball programs. Villanova goes 6. Does Oregon go 6? Or does Oregon say, hey, man, we're paying football. Football, you're getting 17. Basketball, you're getting 4. And everyone else, you get 2 and you can split it and good luck to you.
Well, and who's calling those shots?
I don't know.
Who are the power brokers? I mean, is it simply the administration? Is it your big donors? If Phil Knight is saying, I want a national championship and 6 will help me get it done with the basketball team, like,
Well, and remember, too, revenue sharing is separate, and now NIL can be roped into the school. So if you do have a Phil Knight or you have a robust NIL collective, you can say, okay, well, football needs 17. We're going to peel off 3 or 4 for the rest of the sports or revenue sharing, baseball, whatever, women's basketball, you get your little chunk. And then the basketball team says, hey, man, we can't live with 4. We need 6. Does someone at Oregon then just stroke a check for $2 million and say, hey, this goes into that? And I find it hard to believe that schools that have the resources are going to fall behind, but there is going to be some tiers to this. And we've already had several schools that have said, we are going to revenue share up to what our capabilities are.
People are going to show where their priorities lie too. And that's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah. Well, and we found out from Kevin Willard that Villanova's priority is basketball. And while Maryland made their basketball team a priority, not at the same level that Villanova did. And quite frankly, it cost them a coach. And there may have been other things to go along with that, but it sure seems like that was going to be a rub for Kevin Willard, and it's not a rub at Villanova, because now he's going to a place where he's king of the castle. And so is there an advantage to just playing at a school where basketball is the one that kicks the can down the road, as opposed to going to an Oregon, going to an Alabama, both, by the way, very, very good programs, going to a place like Tennessee, very good program.
I mean, you said it before, Florida, still a football school.
Yeah. Kentucky's got a decent football program, but the basketball program is the one.
Yeah.
But football's the big revenue generator.
Louisville,
so
probably.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see how all this kind of plays out as we go along. All right, we come back. We'll shift gears a little bit. We got some NFL news and notes, maybe the draft taking shape here. Some rules as we get into the the meetings where the powers that be bitch and moan and yell and scream about what the game needs to do to take to the next level. Some uniform conversations and some flex games coming to your schedule. Some NFL stuff when we come back. Primetime on the Fan.
We're coming for the crown. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. There's another college hoops tournament that is probably flying under your radar this week. A 16-team tourney with daily action called The Crown starts in Vegas today. Let's go with Nebraska -5 against Arizona State. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses.
A SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan on the hardwood. The Final Four is set for just the second time in the history of the men's tournament. All one seeds win their region. In the semis on Saturday, we'll get an all-SEC matchup between Florida and Auburn. The other semifinal will be played between Duke and Houston. Oregon center Nate Biddle has declared for the NBA draft, but will not sign with an agent, leaving the door open for him to return to school. Biddle said on social media if he does come back to school, that it'll be for Oregon and that the transfer portal is not an option. In the women's game, a pair of trips to the Final Four on the line tonight. Just about to tip off is 2-seed TCU taking on 1-seed Texas over on ESPN. In the late game, Paige Beckers and number 1-seed UConn take on 2-seed USC without star Juju Watkins. That one will be around 6 o'clock. On the gridiron, Stanford has named former Panthers and Colts head coach Frank Reich as their interim head coach. This after they relieved head coach Troy Taylor of his duties following an investigation into mistreatment of other staff members. On the diamond, the Mariners host the winless Detroit Tigers at T-Mobile tonight. Emerson Hancock makes his first start of the season for Seattle. Jackson Jobe making his first career start for Detroit. First pitch from Soto at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
If you can find the time to explore the mind of a stripper, then you can find the time to spend with your actual family.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Damn! What they on? All steroids and no carbs? Them some thick-ass kids.
This is Primetime.
We're not like you. We're grown-ups.
Your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Oh, my goodness.
Here are Isaac Ropp and Jason Sakanik with Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Welcome in. Hour one, a lot of college basketball and Buck asbestos talk. As Buck has been living in some sort of weird chemical prison in his house. Radon gas, asbestos, no big deal. Knew it when he moved in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine.
Roll the dice, you know?
Rob possibly out with bird flu.
Or
maybe
cat
feline
AIDS.
Yeah, we don't know. One of those things. Some NFL stuff coming out today. You know, they're in the middle of the old meetings where we have proposed rule changes. You know, the dynamic kickoff. There's talk of moving the dynamic kickoff now to the 35, encouraging no touchbacks. If you move it out to the 35, the idea is that no one's going to want to have a touchback. There's some pushback saying that the 35 is too much. The tush push for some god unknown reason.
Still a topic.
That's still a
thing.
topic. Can we just finally put this damn thing to bed? I don't care about the tush push one way or another. I just want it to go away.
I saw an Eagles reporter say the other day, you know what? Let them take the tush push. The Eagles will still be better at running the ball in short yardage situations. Then you'll be the team that forever had the thing that no one could stop and just leave it at that.
So Green Bay is the one that I guess brought this to the table. Sean McVay came out today and made a big old stink about it and said that it didn't look like football to him, which is absolutely silly. I saw someone else say, you know, what about like no huddle offenses? What about trying to snap the ball before a defense is ready? Same sort of thing, but somehow with the tush push. Also, at the end of the day, get a quarterback that can squat 600 pounds. I hate the idea that every offseason we still have to go back to this. Even the Bills that ran the tush push like 5 times, and by the way, failed on it multiple times.
Yeah, it's proof that not everyone can do it because we see people try to do it and screw it up.
The Bills lost their season. They got the biggest
because it wasn't really a tush push. They didn't get low enough. They didn't attack one area. It was Josh Allen kind of running into the line. Yeah, it's not as simple as it looks.
But apparently that's become an off-season topic. Also, the Aaron Rodgers non-news. At this point with Aaron Rodgers, he's only got 2 options.
We got that coming up in Stockwatch as well. Mike Tomlin was asked about that today.
Well, he's now playing catch with DK Metcalf. You're now Aaron Rodgers is now just having workouts with DK. Just sign with the Steelers already.
What is this is it speed dating? What are we doing here?
Here's my thing with Aaron Rodgers. And maybe it's our fault because we buy into the Aaron Rodgers stuff. But at some point, if every offseason, and maybe he loves this, and so maybe this is just one of those, I'm a talking head and Aaron Rodgers could give 2 Fs. But generally in life, if you are the source of controversy and discussion around your dinner table, in your friend group, at your office, it generally means that you're an ass. And Aaron Rodgers is a great player. Aaron Rodgers is one of the best quarterbacks to ever play.
But he's a headache.
And at this point, you're not very good. And so the lack of self-awareness that every single offseason, and then, by the way, when people do bring this up, you act as if it's their fault. You act as if it's some sort of media contrived thing. And by the way, I totally get the media thing. The Stephen A. Smiths of the world and, threatening to swing on LeBron James with his sweet boxing technique and cool tank top. I get it. The media is insufferable a lot of times.
Sure.
But if you're Aaron Rodgers, how many years in a row do you want to do this and continue to just be the center of...
Don't act like you're not playing into this.
Exactly. It's a mess.
If you really hated the media that much, you just get away from it and you do football stuff. But you don't.
And yet here Pittsburgh, and you know, Pittsburgh is trying to have to walk this fine line. We've had Cam Hayward come out and say either you are or you aren't with us. He's had to backtrack that. Mike Tomlin came out today and said he's very comfortable with Mason Rudolph being his quarterback. To hell you are. But it's just such a weird, bizarre thing. I kind of want Pittsburgh to just tell Aaron Rodgers to go F himself.
I would love, because then what does he do?
He's got nothing.
Is he then just the quarterback sitting on the couch waiting for the first injury of the season?
Yes.
For him to step in?
Yes. He's just sitting around. He's at this point, he would just be, and by the way, he may still do that. And that's the part that's got to be maddening if you're the Steelers or if you're the Giants or anyone. He may just be sitting around anyways inside. I'm going to wait and see if someone blows out a knee. I'm going to wait and see if a real contending team actually needs me.
And what if they don't? And what if this is just how it ends?
I kind of
him sitting there waiting for a call.
I kind of at this point want Aaron Rodgers to just go away. And this is the same thing. I've got friends of mine that are diehard Packer fans, and this is how you know the Aaron Rodgers thing has worn thin. I mean, Aaron was great. He led him to a Super Bowl. What, three MVPs? I think when he was in Green Bay.
That's right.
2 even towards the end of his career. I mean, they were winning double-digit games, and towards the end, I know for a fact that the vast majority of Green Bay fans were just ready to be done. They didn't care. They're like, even if Jordan Love can't play, and it turns out Jordan Love can play a little bit, verdict's still out about whether or not that guy is the next,
But Rodgers continually was holding them hostage and holding the fan base and management hostage over what he wanted. It became a lot.
And they just wanted it to be over. And so if you're a Pittsburgh fan, I don't know a lot of Steeler fans. I know it's a great fan base. I know it's a very storied franchise. If I'm a Steeler fan, I don't want this. I really don't, because the juice is no longer with the squeeze. Because Aaron Rodgers can still play a little bit. You look at the second half of the season last year with the Jets. He wasn't terrible. Aaron Rodgers is not taking the Pittsburgh Steelers to a Super Bowl. He's not. And you're getting him for 1 year. So you're just continuing to put a Band-Aid over a seeping wound.
That's 1 year that you're not getting a step closer with your actual quarterback,
yes.
or an actual quarterback.
If you're the Steelers at some point, just you've got to rip it off. You got to stop trying to cover this thing up and just find a solution. And I know it's hard to do when you're not willing to take a step back. I get it. I mean, we had the Cleveland Browns came out today and said that the Deshaun Watson thing is over. The Browns owner at the meetings, just he in his own words,
he called it a swing and a miss.
He called it one of the big swings and miss in NFL history, and will probably go down as the worst trade in NFL history. They gave Deshaun Watson, or they gave the Houston Texans 3 first-round picks, I think a third and 2 fourths, and gave Deshaun Watson the biggest guaranteed deal in the NFL, and they got nothing for it. I mean, it will go down as the worst trade. But I think if you're a Cleveland fan, now I'm not in favor of Deshaun Watson. I wasn't at the time, but I understood it. But at least it's an attempt, and it didn't work, and you're ready to turn the page. And if you're Pittsburgh, it never feels like there's really an attempt.
Yeah.
Ever since Roethlisberger left, it's just you have a massive wound in the middle of your team, and all you try to do is you don't even try to stitch it up. You just keep putting Band-Aids on it.
It seems like second, third, fourth round guys that they give a shot to, other has-been guys that they give a shot to, and it's just they haven't put their chips in the middle on a franchise guy since Ben left.
No. And now we're waiting around for Aaron Rodgers. And I know the prospect of starting Mason Rudolph, despite what Mike Tomlin will tell you that they're okay with that. I get that that's terrifying, but sometimes you just have to go into
How about you go draft somebody and let Mason Rudolph start?
Sometimes you just have to say we don't have one, and until we find it, what we're doing isn't good enough. Because right now, this idea of waiting around for your savior that is Aaron Rodgers and the problems that come into that.
And you tried to kind of walk 2 different plans last year with Fields and Wilson. It was like,
and now we're sitting there, and now if you're a Steeler fan, you're getting to watch Aaron Rodgers play catch with DK Metcalf, but I'm still not certain. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really have any other options, but I don't know if I really want to. I'm going to play catch with the big free agent receiver that you guys went out and got, or I guess traded for. But I'm not certain if I want to commit to you. Dude, Pittsburgh, go tell Aaron Rodgers to go take a flying you-know-what. At this point, if your franchise is there in the Aaron Rodgers business, you deserve what you get. Buyer beware. You know what you're getting every single year. This is what Aaron Rodgers does. And it's been going on for a number of years now. Buyer beware. And right now, there's only one buyer. Good for the Giants, by the way, for saying, you know what, we're done with this
I'd way
crap.
rather have Jameis as a stopgap before my next QB.
We got Jameis, we got Russell Wilson. We're probably going to draft one anyways. To hell with it. We're done. Yeah. We're not doing this crap. Cleveland, you know what? Hey, we swung, we missed. Move on. We're going to take someone. We're not doing the Aaron Rodgers
God,
thing.
imagine a new QB in New York being mentored by Jameis and Russ Wilson simultaneously. What a nightmare.
Mr. Unlimited and eating those W's.
Yeah.
Dude, that is the quotes that are come out of that place. Dude, sign me up.
That poor rookie's head's going to explode.
Sign me up for the New York Giants fan club. Let's go. All right, we come back. Little Stockwatch here on a Primetime Monday here on The Fan.
Calling BS and unloading it fast.
Sounds to me like you guys are a couple of bookies.
Is the hype accurate or a bunch of hot gas? Before you buy or sell, listen close.
It's easy to grin when your ship comes in and you've got the stock market beat. But the man worthwhile is the man who can smile when his shorts aren't too tight in the seat.
Primetime Stockwatch is brought to you by 1-800-DIVORCE. When you need to take stock of your rights, 1-800-DIVORCE is on your side. Call 1-800-DIVORCE today.
We do it every Monday where it is Ryan Buckley's time to shine. Back from Hawaii and has put together, I'm sure, an award-winning Stockwatch.
Award-winning indeed. In fact, I'll even segue from our last segment. We were talking a little bit
So talented.
about Mike Tomlin, the Steelers, and their direction at quarterback. He was asked about that in the media sessions today at the coaches and owner meetings, and here's what Tomlin had to say about waiting for Rodgers.
He's a free agent. As you guys know, he came to visit last Friday. We had a really productive day. He's been in this thing a long time. I've been in this thing a long time, but it's no substitute for, intimacy and spending time together and getting to know one another in a non-competitive environment. And so that was really good. But I don't have any new updates in terms of where the process is. We'll see where it leads us.
How unsettling is it, or is it, to not have this situation?
I'm really comfortable with being unsettled this time of year, to be quite honest with you. It's about talent acquisition. We got two main means of acquiring talent: free agency and the draft. We multitask. We do both. Those needs that we fulfill in free agency, we do so there, and when we don't, we fulfill it in the draft. And so I just learned over the years that this time of year, although, day to day can be somewhat uncomfortable, it is a process.
A lot there from Tomlin, but my main question here is, after talking about sharing quality time and intimacy, the longer this goes without Rodgers getting an offer from the Steelers, the less likely it is that Rodgers plays a starting quarterback role this season.
I think there's an element of truth to what he said. Look, he clearly would like this resolved. No one wants to go into the season with Mason Rudolph as your quarterback.
And he can't come out and say our front office is blowing it, right?
But you're not happy about that. You're not drafting one. You're not in a position to draft one high enough where you're bringing in Jackson Dart, in the second round and saying that guy is going to be your starter. So right now, if you're Pittsburgh, Aaron Rodgers is your best option. I think that means something about the state of your team. That's your savior. But I do think he's fine, and he knows that there's time. Hopefully I think for I guess maybe Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers, they work something out. But I also think that if it doesn't work with Pittsburgh, I don't think Aaron Rodgers will shut the door. I think he will wait around and wait for an injury. I do not think you've seen the end, whether it's Pittsburgh or somewhere else. I think Aaron Rodgers still has enough juice, and there's just not enough good quarterbacks in this league. In the second half last year with the Jets was not atrocious for him. Someone, unfortunately, will give him another chance, and this saga will continue.
Well, let's move over to the hardwood. It was the beginning when these brackets came out that Suki Brackets came out with his handicap of the tournament. The Duke will make the final. We're now one game away from having that happen. That was the bet, wasn't it? Duke to make the championship game?
I have Duke to make the championship game, and I have Duke to win the whole thing. But making the championship game, I think the thing was, since the tournament expanded, 7 teams have been top 10 in offense and defensive adjusted efficiency, and 7 have made the final. 6 of them have won the title. The only team to be this year in the top 10 in both, Duke.
Here is their head coach, John Shire, on his team's appearance in the Final Four.
Couldn't be more excited and happy for these guys to my left. I think Tyrese and I, the feeling of losing last year at this point, every decision we made, everything we did was to get back here and then have the team have the opportunity to advance to the promised land, to go to San Antonio, to go to the Final Four. So couldn't be more proud of the team as a whole, their attitudes the whole season from day one. I think this group has been different. They make fun of me. I keep telling them, don't change. Don't change. Keep being them. And I thought the story tonight, against an incredible offense, and Nate does an amazing job with their offense and the way they play. It's like nobody else. to hold them to 65 points is incredible.
So Duke has essentially done everything that we have expected them to from a odds and chalk standpoint. Buy or sell, it will be a surprise if Duke does not win the title.
Yeah, Duke's the best team in the country. The numbers say it. And by the way, Ken Palm says that these 4 teams are 4 of the best teams in college basketball since Ken Palm started tracking this stuff, which is somewhere.
Yeah, I
in
think
the
it's
90s.
4 of the top 8 all time or something like that. It's crazy.
It's silly. These teams are all very, very good. But when you look at them, look, Houston, you could say is fortunate to be here, could have gotten bounced. Florida should have been bounced. Florida, Texas Tech S to the bed. They pulled in Arkansas, right? Auburn has looked good, but Auburn has looked shaky or vulnerable at times. Duke has not. Duke they're the best team in the country.
And they caught a good punch from Arizona in that game, and they proved they still got all that it takes to weather a storm like that.
Cooper Flagg has been amazing. He's the best player in college basketball, be the player of the year.
And their other players are pretty good too.
Well, he didn't even have a great game in the Elite Eight, and it didn't matter. They kept a comfortable lead against Alabama, who, by the way, is just an offensive juggernaut, and Duke held them down. Duke's the best team in basketball, yes. I said at the beginning of the tournament, bet against Duke at your own peril, and so far they have looked the part. Anything can happen, but yes, I will be shocked if Duke does not make the final and if Duke does not end up cutting down the nets.
We don't spend a lot of time dabbling in the women's game, but we do like us a good quote from Kim Mulkey. So her LSU Tigers were bounced over the weekend. Here is an exchange between her and another LSU reporter in her press conference.
Jaden Smith, KLSU Sports. Coach, it's the second straight year you guys get eliminated in the Elite Eight.
Terrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Terrible, or is that good?
Terrible.
How many Final Fours you play in?
None.
So it's probably pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Here she goes again, now being questioned about not making the Final Four 2 years in a row. Didn't like it. Asked the young, intrepid reporter how many women's Final Fours that young man has played in. Buy or sell, Kim Mulkey is the most insufferable college coach, men or women, in any sport.
Boy, that's a tough call.
I know it's a leap. I'm trying to think of somebody
I'm going to have to defend her. And look, I hate this lady. I think she is an absolute, I can't call her what I want to call her. But like I saw today, I think it was Stephen A. The clip was going around where he was like, she's a nasty woman. So is Tom Izzo. Tom Izzo is a bitch. Dude, Tom Izzo is as cranky as all get out. Jim Calhoun was a red ass. Coach K was a red ass. Dude, there's so many of these guys that are just, I mean, honestly, Bobby Knight might be the worst human being to ever walk a college sideline. And don't give me that he was great to his players. Bobby Knight was a piece of crap. Mm-hmm. Absolutely horrid human being. I don't care what anyone says.
Oh, and I'm not saying of all time, but in the current college landscape.
This is what I'm saying, though. We ignore and we make excuses for men. Mm-hmm. And when women do it, that's when we're like, well, she's a bitch.
I think that's fair.
And so I think she's the same lady that said if you didn't send your kid to Baylor, she would punch you. By the way, Baylor was in the midst of like 52 rape cover-ups for their football team. And that's when she said, like, if you don't support our browser, you don't want to send your kid here, I'll punch you in the face. So believe me, in that instance, Kim, you were being a bitch too. And you were being a horrible human being. But I'll defend her in this one. Is that a snarky comment? Well, of course it is, because I hate the argument of, that's like me saying something about Aaron Rodgers. How many Super Bowls have you won?
Sure.
Well, nothing, dude. I stood on the sidelines. You're 1,000 times better player than me. Michael Irvin is one of the best receivers of all time. I think Michael Irvin is a horrible analyst, and I don't believe anything he says about football. So I hate that argument. But I don't like that we're now taking this and we're trying to focus on her and say she's the worst. She is just like, how about this? We love equality, right? Women can do anything that men can do.
She's just as much of a bitch as Tom is.
She's just as much of a bitch and a red ass and what I think is a despicable person on the sidelines as any men's coach. And there's the equality. I am a feminist in this case.
Look at you bringing us together.
Women can do just as poor and just as crappy a job as men can in being decent human beings.
Hand in hand, they stand as one.
Yeah, Dan Hurley. That's right.
There you go.
Dan Hurley is a bigger
That's
bitch
right.
than Kim Mulkey.
Agreed.
I'll stand that. Dan Hurley's the biggest ass.
We agree with that. Good call there from the text line. And also on the text line, this came up. I'll play a clip of one of these 15 strikeouts for you.
3-2, 2 down. Pitch is strike 3 called. Perfect slider on the corner, and the inning is over. 2 more punch-outs for Devers today.
Rafael Devers now 0 for 19 to start the season with 15 strikeouts. For reference, the entire 1995 season in which he had 585 at-bats, Tony Gwynn struck out 15 times total. Buy or sell that Rafael Devers' inability to hit a baseball is going to get him benched before he gets his first hit.
Look, this is only funny. Look, it's so early. The Red Sox are 1-4. By the way, the Red Sox were the sexy pick to win the East.
Yeah, they were trendy.
They were trendy. A lot of people had them to. I think
people thought they were sneaking up on the Yankees and the Orioles. Yeah.
And if you don't know, the Red Sox went and got Devers has been the Red Sox third baseman.
Mm-hmm.
So the Red Sox in the offseason go sign Alex Bregman, who also is a third baseman.
And a better third baseman.
But Devers has done a nice job hitting as a third baseman.
Yes.
Bregman is a better third baseman.
Yeah, Bregman better defensively.
Yes.
Devers has been recently more impressive offensively.
Yes. And when they brought him in, Devers was like, no, I'm not moving. I am the third baseman. Like, he was like defiant. It was like,
he just got here. That's my job.
Yeah, that's my job.
It.
F you. I ain't moving. Well, guess what? He moved. They put him at DH.
Everyday DH.
And he freaking is off to the worst start in Major League history. And it is hilarious. But no, they signed Devers to a big deal. As bad as 0-19 and was 16 strikeouts?
It's either 15 or 16. I thought it was 15, but either way, we're in ugly territory.
It's bad, but it's early. I'll have to look it up. But they gave him a big contract.
Will he get a day off before he gets his first hit?
They just sit him down. They're like,
why don't you take a couple breaths here, Ben?
He said Lindor's getting the day off for the Mets, but he had a kid. So no, he will get a hit. He'll get a hit. Are they playing tonight?
Let's find out.
Let's see what I'll take a look and see if they're playing. I don't. Yeah, they're playing the Orioles.
Oh, they already played.
They already played,
and
I'm guessing he went over.
Yeah, he went over 3 with 3 Ks. He walked twice though, so he's seeing the ball well.
He'll get a hit. He'll get a hit tomorrow. Confident he'll get a hit tomorrow. All right, Stockwatch brought to you by 1-800-DIVORCE. For all your questions, Goldberg Jones. Those are good people. So when you get asbestos in your home and your wife gets all pissy at you, Buck, and eventually you have to break up and you've been poisoning your family with radon gas and whatnot.
Mesothelioma and all that.
There you go. Call Goldberg Jones. Questions answered for free. They do a good job over there. We'll be back.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, the Final Four is set for just the second time in the history of the men's tournament. The first time since 2008. All number 1 seeds win their region. In the semifinals on Saturday, we'll get an all-SEC matchup of Florida versus Auburn. In the other semifinal, it'll be Duke versus Houston. Oregon center Nate Biddle has declared for the NBA draft, will not sign with an agent. He's left the door open to return to school. Biddle said in a social media post, if he does like to come back to school, he will not be going into the transfer portal and will return to Oregon. On the college gridiron, Stanford has named former Panthers and Colts head coach Frank Reich as their interim head coach. Reich will replace Troy Taylor, who Stanford fired for mistreatment of other staff members. And on the diamond, the Mariners host the winless Detroit Tigers at T-Mobile tonight. Emerson Hancock making his first start of the season for Seattle. Jackson Jobe makes his first career Major League start for the Tigers. First pitch from Soto at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Brian Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com.
Suk's sticking around for the Advocates. I was mentioning that if Buckley does have to get divorced for putting his family in horrible situations, like a house filled with poisonous gas and dangerous ceiling chemicals, let me ask the people out there, have you been to Ryan Buckley's house? This is my commercial. Like, have you been injured in an accident? Have you been to Ryan Buckley's house? Have the Buckley family in their deep pockets?
Have you attended a barbecue and or social gathering?
Is
A
it
birthday
possible
party,
that
perhaps.
your mysterious health problems could be linked to the dangerous conditions at Ryan Buckley's house? Do you now have mesothelioma? And do you have radon poisoning? Because if so, you may be entitled to damages from the estate of not only Ryan Buckley, but his deep father's Hawaii vacationing pants.
What you really need is an advocate.
You need an advocate. I've been looking to get my hands on some of that Buckley fortune for a while. Now, unfortunately for me, I've never been invited over. But if you have, and you feel that you've been heard, you should call the advocates. Donican will get something out of the Buckley household. Or if you've actually been injured, whether that's on the job, out and about in the street, it's kind of scary. You don't know what to do. We're going to take the guesswork out of it. If you need an attorney or you're wondering, hey, should I contact an attorney? Remember, it's free to contact these guys. They're great people. Ken, Donnie, we know them. They got a lot of great lawyers up there, and they just do a really, really good job. And if you don't need them, they'll actually tell you that. They fight for you because when you are in one of these situations, the other side of the insurance companies have a bunch of lawyers. You need more than a lawyer. You need an advocate, especially going against that damn Buckley family and their deep pockets. So call them, tell them we sent you, tell them Isaac and Suk sent you, advocateslaw.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deal?
The Fan.
Welcome in. This is normally where your noted newsman would bring you the news, but unfortunately, noted newsman down and out. Possible bird flu, possible cat AIDS, possibly just playing golf. Hopefully be back tomorrow. Fingers crossed. But no fear, your noted news contributor is here, sitting in for your noted newsman, and it is, it is March 31st in the year of our Lord 2025. It is going fast. It is time for In the News. Kind of crazy that tomorrow is April 1st.
Yeah.
And by the way,
Big time. We're 1 quarter done now? 1 quarter down?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, we are.
3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah.
Wait, are we 4? No. That is weird. Quarter of the year gone by.
25% of 25, down and out.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like in the 70s this weekend. So,
yeah.
Spring's here. I had to cut my grass for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, we came back and ours was quite overgrown. The neighbor asked if we needed help.
Yeah. Really? Yeah. So basically, you came back home. You have to move out of your house because you have radon gas and asbestos.
Yeah.
And now your lawn is so bad that your neighbors are asking if you're like an elderly couple that needs help?
Something like that.
What the hell is going on over at the Buckley household?
It's Thunderdome.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
Are there problems?
I promise we're fine.
Do we need
we're fine.
Do we need like a fundraiser?
Ooh, a GoFundMe? Maybe.
Does the Buckley house need a GoFundMe?
Scam my way into a little more privilege?
See what you're doing here. I don't even know if you really have asbestos. It's all part of the long con. It is National Crayon Day, so you got that. There was nothing more.
Wait, crown or crayon?
Crayon.
Okay, yeah.
Crayon. I always say, it's one of those like crayon. Crayon.
Some people say crayon.
Yeah, I butcher that. I butcher a lot of things. It's like I always say pillow.
My oldest kid likes to play with them. The youngest likes to eat them.
Oh, does he poop the colors?
No, we'll somehow the crayons all often end up in the same area on the dining room table where we eat, and it'll be dinner time, and then suddenly you realize he's like chewing a piece of like what looks like licorice. You're like, oh, that's black crayon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great.
We had a dog when I was growing up, and we lived in Gresham named Sniff Sniff, and he was a notorious crayon eater.
Pooping in Technicolor.
Yeah, and it's kind of fun. I supposedly they're non-toxic.
That's right. That's
But
why
yeah,
kids play with them.
when he would poop, it would you're like that's a burnt sienna. It's a vibrant.
There's a goldenrod.
Yeah, it's always frustrating though when you're trying to like color your favorite like Ninja Turtle or something though, and he ate your damn orange. You're like, son of, you know what?
How am I supposed to get a Michelangelo now?
Yeah, it's also a little embarrassing. Like I always felt bad for the kid that showed up with like the 12-pack.
Instead of like the Crayola like
64.
The 64 became the big one, and then I think they expanded around my era to a 96. But
there's a 96.
That's just too much, though. Yeah, they were having people name unnamed mystery colors and stuff like that. It was a whole thing.
Dude, when you were like in the first grade, dude, it was a boss move to show up with the 64 and the sharpener on the back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and if you lost one or two of those, devastating to not have your full set.
But then you roll in and there's like that poor bastard next to you, and he just felt terrible. He's rocking a 12-pack, and you're just like, or the worst is the 6, the primary color one.
Ooh.
That's no good.
Yeah.
And then I do remember when my kids were going up through school, and I understand why they did this, but it was a little. I thought it was kind of problematic. It was very, socialistic.
Okay.
They did everyone. You brought in crayons for everybody, and then the teacher distributed them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that starting, like, I was in, I want to say, like, second grade, and everyone was, it wasn't even crayons, everyone was just supposed to bring in pencils.
Yes.
We're all learning how to write,
Yes.
probably in cursive or whatever, and I got these, like, really slick, shiny, metallic black kind of, like, pencils. And then I realized they had to just go into the pile of yellow Ticonderogas and other kids were going to write with them. Big time bummer.
It's such a bummer. Like, same thing. Like, I always had the NFL pencils. Dude.
Yeah, you bring those, and suddenly little Johnny's playing with the Lions, and somebody else has the Bears, and you're like, "Where's my NFC North?"
Exactly. You had to portion out like where it was gonna go.
Mm-hmm.
Like I always liked like the Buccaneers and the Browns went first. Screw those guys.
You'd savor your best team pencils.
Yeah. Like the Eagles or the Cowboys pencil, like the bright red or the bright green of like a color. You're like, all right, I'm holding on to that one.
Yep. Those are the
now
days.
they just do like the one big pile because I think they felt bad for the kids that were rocking the crappy like number 4 pencil and the 12-pack of Crayola, and not even the Crayola. There was like the off-brand. It's no good. It's no good. It's also National Bunsen Burner Day, which was always fun in school.
Oh, yeah.
When you got to break out the Bunsen burner.
Sure.
And National Prom Day.
Prom days. Is prom upon us already in April?
That's what I was a little thrown
I thought that
off.
was kind of an end of the school year thing.
I thought so too. Is anyone out there? Like, I don't have kids that are. My kids are all beyond that, so I don't know. But I thought that was weird that today was National Prom Day.
Interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was weird. I'm with you. I thought prom was more an end of like the last fiesta of the school year. I thought that was prom. Because then you see the kids out, like, you're like going to pick up some food, and like you're like at an Olive Garden or something. There's a bunch of kids rolling in. You're like, yes.
Tuxedos with their boutonnieres.
Yeah. Heading to like Hoosong and Larry's. We're gonna live it up. Like, yeah. Heading to the nice. Maybe if you're lucky, maybe you go to a Stanford's, really stepping it up a notch. Unless you're the Buckley household, they were probably sending you to some fancy restaurant. Smelt poachers. I don't know if you saw this, but we have stopped a criminal organization of smelt poachers.
I don't even smelt the fish?
The fish.
I didn't know that fish could be poached other than like in cooking.
Well, I saw this. Look, can I be honest with you?
Sure.
It's kind of a slow news day.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, put him in jail.
When I'm leading off with smelt poachers.
Smelt poaching.
Well, like when they make big drug busts, how they always lay out all of the...
Do they lay out a couple little fishies?
They lay out the drugs and the guns, and they got like the dog there.
Uh-huh.
So I went to Oregon Live today, and sure enough, this was the headline story. Smelt poachers caught with over a ton of fish during one day season. And I was like, all right, you got me at smelt poachers. So I click on it, and here's the photo. It's three police trucks all backed up in the police department out there, and they're all like, manly men, please. And then there's just buckets of fish. So I guess it turns out the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office seized over 2,500 pounds of illegally harvested smelt.
Yeah, I see all this smelt now. It's quite the haul of smelt.
Yeah, so I guess on one day, March 27th, there was a rare opportunity that drew large crowds. So between the Sandy River's mouth and the Stark Street Bridge, apparently they said for one day only, you can go dip net the smelt.
Now, what is like the street price of smelt especially high?
I had no idea. But apparently, it brought everyone out. They're like, oh my God, the smelt run one day.
I didn't realize it could be such a profitable turn for criminals. You know?
It was only the third time in more than a decade that they allowed people to go and catch these smelt. And the smelt are like they're not big.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm looking at these photos and I'm like, I didn't think it was a large fish. It's not. So how much money can you actually make off all these little smelt?
I don't know. But you were allowed, each person with a license was allowed to go dip netting. And you could get a 10-pound harvest.
Okay.
10 pounds.
So when you get how many tons?
So it was basically like a 5-quart bucket, like one of those Home Depot buckets.
And what did the poachers have?
You could fill that up. These poachers were caught with 2,500 pounds of smelt.
Yeah, that's more than 10.
Yeah, more than 10. And so they busted these sons of bitches, and they're like, yeah, nice try.
How dare you?
So they took away all their smelt, and I was like, oh my God, you can't, hot smelt talk, and then each one of them got a ticket.
I wonder what the cost of doing business in illegal smelt dealings is.
Yeah, all individuals found in violation of harvest regulations were issued citations. The sheriff's office said in a social media post. And then the seized smelt were donated to the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs. I want to know, and this is why honestly, this is why I'm leading with the story. The reaches of this program are immense. There is someone out there that is going to know what the ticket is for illegal smelt harvesting.
Sure.
And I want to know.
Or the benefit for why you would go out and get your 10-pound of smelt.
Yes. Or in this case, 2,500 pounds of smelt. Yeah. That's a lot of smelt.
Yeah.
I thought, if you're taking an extra bucket or two, but 2,500 pounds? But I love
three truckloads.
I love that the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office staged a photo.
They're on it,
of
baby.
Their prize smelt grab. So this lets be known, you sons of bitches out there. When we say one 10-pound bucket of smelt, we mean it. And if you violate it, we're coming after your ass hard. And when we get you, punishment will be swift and just. I'm guessing it's like a $200 ticket, but I kind of want to know. So if you're aware of what the citation is for illegal smelt harvesting, please let me know. Because wouldn't it be awesome if it was like a $25 ticket? If it was like a parking ticket?
Well, what if it's like 25 per 10 pounds you go over? They just ramp it up on you. I don't know.
Just know. Sleep the sleep of angels, Multnomah County, knowing that your sheriff's department is out there making sure.
Yeah, justice never sleeps.
Justice never sleeps. Not for the smelt. And not for the honest anglers out there getting your 10 pounds of smelt. When we come back, we got more bridge kerfuffles. And what else we got? Yeah, I got bridge and I got pot news as well. So if you like the pot cookies but are lactose intolerant, be careful. As I told you, slow day of news. In the news when we come back here on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
But they're missing Rodriguez, they're missing Evander. That's over 40-plus goal contributions. Bang, giveaway here.
Moore is in, he is down, the goal is wide open. Anthony on it, Anthony scores!
That is Anthony, who scored 2 goals for your Portland Timbers. One of us was there. It was rainy, and I'm not going to lie, I may have fallen asleep during the game.
Nice. That riveting of a match.
It had been a long day.
Is this the day you were moving?
I was helping a buddy move. I'd had some cocktails. It was rainy. I was bundled up. I had some rain ponchos on
Cozy
me.
little soccer time.
Yeah, kind of. I had dozed off a couple times. Got a great snapshot of me sleeping at the Timbers game. Hey, 3-1 win, though, and now they have a 3-game unbeaten streak. So this brought to you by Window Nation, your window into sports. Right now, you can buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027. Sale ends soon. Schedule your free estimate at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com and tell them that you're Window Daddy, not me. Just tell them that the Window Daddy, Isachi, sent you. All right, time for one more story. We did get an update, though. Someone has pointed out we were talking about this big smelt heist that the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office busted. God, look at us laying it, the Sheriff's Department laying it on the line for us each and every day. Someone
You'd love
said
to see it.
Someone said about there's a website selling 11 pounds of smelt for $100. So you do some math.
Because people were allotted 10 pounds.
People were allotted 10 pounds. So we're looking at the illegal smelters. It would have been about 22 grand. So you know what? Not a bad little scam.
A day's work, if you can scoop that all up in one day and then sell it off, you know.
Yeah, you go out and do some dip netting. You get yourself.
See why you'd try.
Is that like, I don't know if you can sell all of that smelt before it goes bad, but let's say conservatively, there's going to be some waste. Let's say about 17 to 18 grand. So what is the fine for $18,000 worth of illegal smelt? We'll find out. If you like the pot cookies, but you're lactose intolerant, apparently some cannabis cookies have been sold in 37 different marijuana retailers across Oregon, and they've all been recalled because milk was not listed in the packaging. So.
That's like when we did that story about all the butter that had to be thrown out because they didn't list that it was like dairy.
Right?
You're like, I mean, you're eating a cookie unless it says dairy, because it didn't say dairy free on it, right? It just included it because it was a cookie.
If you're buying a cookie, don't you assume, especially let's be honest, if you're buying a weed cookie, no, I'm not gonna give you no cookie. Don't you assume that has milk in it?
I would think so.
So I had to recall thousands of weed cookies.
Well, and if you're the gluten intolerant one, just check the ingredients yourself.
Well, and
right?
You're a lot of you're eating weed, okay? Like, doesn't that just come with the territory? There's a certain level of risk. You're buying weed. What happened back in the day when you had to buy from your local dealer? You know, it's just you took some chances. He's a bitch. Buying weed cookies, you don't get to complain. So you got a little lactose intolerance. What's the worst that's going to happen? You get the munchies and the runs all at the same time. You get the trots. Deal with it.
Although I suppose that having the trots or the scoots while you're deep down in that little abyss, that wouldn't be as fun.
Yeah. What was the other one? Oh, I had this
bridge kerfuffle?
Yeah, the bridge kerfuffle. You know, we're trying to get a new bridge put across the old I-5 there.
Mm-hmm.
I love, too, that there's a bill now saying that we need to explore. We need, again, another fact-finding committee to decide whether or not we'll put the bridge there.
Yeah, let's commission a new study.
Don't worry, it'll be done by 2026. But, one of the long holdups has been light rail. Oregon wants light rail into Washington, and Washington doesn't want light rail for some unknown reason. Apparently, we hate mass transit. And so there's a whole debate if it adds light rail, who's going to pay for it. So one of the Washington City Council gals was on the Seaboard or the C-Tran board. And they were going to vote on basically who would run and fund the light rail if it were to go. And I guess she was the deciding vote. And she let everyone know that she was going to vote no. So they fired her ass before they held the vote. Which, by the way...
It's a good way to curry vote in your favor.
It's kind of an ingenious move. She's suing and saying, listen here, you sons of bitches, you can't do that. So now we've got some lawsuit, which I thought was kind of funny. I do appreciate the fact that they're like, what, you're going to vote against what we want? Cool, we're just firing you. I like now that this is where we're at in our...
All right, watch this.
This is where we're at in our political discourse. Judges, C-Tran boards. Hey, you don't vote the way we like. Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, you're competent and capable of your job, but you disagree with us? See ya.
So, look, this bridge will be, by the time we finish some study, we deal with the light rail thing, dude, I'll see you in 2040 when we actually start putting a shovel into the ground somewhere to build this bridge, and then something else will happen and we won't get it done. Until then, sweet I-5 bridge that has to be lifted. It's kind of an embarrassment that that's our bridge situation. One of these days, one of them going to collapse anyways, then we'll be forced to build a new one. So, there you go. There's your very, very slow news day. Smelt, bridge news, and...
I like smelt poachers.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. Way to go for the Multnomah County Sheriff. That was your... Probably for the Fish and Wildlife, that's like their Super Bowl, right? How many times do you catch, poachers in the act?
Yeah, it's the text line referencing that catching wildlife crime is tough to do, so big deal.
There you go. There's in the news. We come back. Hot 5 at 5. Primetime rolls on here on The Fan.
It's time for Legends of Hoop, an inside look at the college basketball championships. Brought to you by Legends Casino Hotel, within winning distance.
Beckers bounces out. Strong gives it back. It's a 40-point night for Paige Buckets.
Old Paige Beckers, a.k.a. Paige Buckets, had a 40 spot there. That's to get to the Elite Eight, and then they play tonight to go to the Final Four?
Yeah, they play the Juju Watkins-less USC Trojans, and so they may have a shot.
You kind of forget about old Paige because she was the face of women's basketball. She tore her ACL twice.
Missed a whole year, yeah.
Then came Caitlin Clark, then came Juju, and now we're back to old Paige Buckets.
Dropping 40.
Yeah. Legends of Hoop brought to you by Legends Casino Hotel. Escape to Legends Casino Hotel within within winning distance. Just a short drive to Toppenish, Washington, the ultimate destination for fun and relaxation. LegendsCasino.com.
Hey, it's Suk for A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Before getting a new train system installed, I was guilty of getting one quick fix after another.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan on the hardwood, the Final Four is set for just the second time in the history of the men's tournament. All one seeds win their region. On the semifinals Saturday, we will get an all-SEC matchup between Florida and Auburn. In the other semis, it'll be Duke and Cooper Flagg taking on Kelvin Sampson's Houston Cougars. Meanwhile, Oregon center Nate Biddle has declared for the NBA draft, but in a social media post, left for the possibility of returning to school. If he does return to school, it will not be via the transfer portal, and he will come back to Oregon. In the women's game, a pair of trips to the Final Four on the line tonight. Former Oregon Duck Sedona Prince and the TCU Horned Frogs are down 2 points to 1-seed Texas at the half. That one's over on ESPN. It's 23-21 in favor of the Longhorns currently. And in the later game, Paige Beckers and UConn look to take out 1-seed USC, who does not have star Juju Watkins. That one going to be at 6 o'clock on ESPN. On the college gridiron, Stanford has named 4 Panthers and Colts head coach Frank Reich as their interim head coach. Reich will serve as the replacement for Troy Taylor, who was fired for mistreatment of other staff members. And on the diamond, the Mariners host the winless Detroit Tigers at T-Mobile tonight. Emerson Hancock making his first start of the season for Seattle, while Jackson Jobe makes his first career start for Detroit. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurting, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at 7 after Isaac and Sue on Portland's Sports Leader, 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanet.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
Welcome in just after 5 o'clock on was it a nice Monday out there? The sun was creeping out a little bit, although it looks like maybe the clouds have rolled in.
When my day started, it was little patches of rain, but I think it's clear now.
Yeah, I think this weekend, though, we're supposed to get up into the 70s, which is kind of problematic because, the Final Four is supposed to be middle of the day. So what do you do? It's hard to convince the better half to stay in on a 70-plus degree day to watch the Final Four. It's that's a tough one.
It's really hard for me, just with two children right now, to say we're just going to sit in one place in the home for 2 hours straight and watch a game. So I do a lot of my watching via the apps, via YouTube TV, via the March Madness app, and I just take my basketball on the go with me.
Yeah, set the old DVR there.
Yeah, you can. I don't love coming back at the end of the day and then having to go back and watch the whole game. So what I like to do is try to keep tabs on it during and then make sure I catch all the key pieces via highlights.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get a good one. I mean, it's been an interesting tournament so far, but
I can't wait for these last 3 games. I think we're going to get really good ball, good
should
matchups.
Be good, but so far we haven't had the most dramatic tournament of the world. But, it's the chalkiest tournament that we've ever had. So we'll see what happens here because we're in kind of that weird no man's. Now we got baseball starting.
Masters next week.
Yeah, Masters next week. Did you see, too, that on the Masters, you are now going to be able to track every range shot?
I saw that, and not just, watch all the guys hit the balls, but they're going to give you, the feedback data from the little TrackMan things they've got out there, so you'll know every shot on the range, ball speed and spin and how far it's going. Kind of crazy information out there for fans to have on their favorite players.
Yeah, which I think is a little creepy. I don't know when's too much.
I just don't know how much extra value that provides for the fan, and so I don't know why you would have to, but I guess for the golf nerd, it's really interesting.
Yeah. Masters here, because right now it does feel like a little bit of a lull. I guess you got the women's on right now, but it's a little bit of a lull here.
A little bit of a Sweet 16 Elite 8 hangover.
There you go. Well, you know what we don't have a hangover for right now? The Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
It's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Well, it turns out that when you're not very good at baseball and then you do a bunch of steroids, you can get good at baseball and then you get caught and you'll go back to not being good at baseball.
See how that works.
Atlanta Braves outfielder Jurickson Profar, he's 32, he's been around, and he never has much pop. So last year he signed a $1 million contract with the Padres in February and then ended up putting together the best offensive season he'd ever have. He hit 280, 24 homers, 85 RBI.
24 years that guy had?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Dude, he had a monster year. And so the Braves signed him to a 3-year, $42 million deal, right? And he was going to be their everyday left fielder. So, again, just buyer beware. When a guy is 32 and has never really had any pop and then has a monster season, you might want to ask why. He got popped for anabolic steroids today, and he will now be serving an 80-game suspension.
His home runs by season: 1, 6, 5, 0, 20, 20, 7, 4, 15, 8, 1, and then, 24 again.
One of these things is not like the other. Hey, you know what? Good for him. He got $42 million now. He's going to have to give up that 80 games worth of
He'll have to
salary.
give up half the bag on that first season.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, that 42 baseball contracts are guaranteed,
Yeah,
man.
you got the rest of it.
You tell me you wouldn't do a little sauce for $42 million bucks? I'd make that deal.
Find worse ways to earn that money.
On the diamond, what do we got going on right now? My Mets kicking the living hell out of the Marlins, 8-1. The Reds, middle of the sixth, they're up 6-0 on the Rangers. See, DeGrom came back though and had a nice effort for the Rangers.
I did not.
Yeah, that was over the weekend. The Rays, by the way, the Rays are up 4-0 on the Pirates. The Pirates, by the way, lost all 3 of their opening games on walk-offs.
Yeah.
By the way, the only other team to do that in the history of Major League Baseball, the Pirates. Jays up 3-0 on the the Nationals. What do we got? Giants and Astros just underway, and then tonight 6:40 first pitch. Your 2-2 Seattle Mariners take on the 0-3 Detroit Tigers up at the Pink.
You also get the undefeated Dodgers and the winless Braves going head-to-head in a nightcap as well.
Oh, and the Red Sox lost 8-5 to the Orioles, and Rafael Devers, who bitched and moaned about moving from third base to DH, he is 0 for 16 with 12 strikeouts now to start the season.
Is that bad?
I would say that's bad. When your batting average is 0 with 12 strikeouts and 16 plate
He's not
appearances.
even putting the ball in play.
No.
But he drew a couple walks today, and that's the start of a turnaround.
The Women's Elite 8 going on. Of course, we don't get the men's Final Four for a bit to the weekend, but the ladies in action, a couple of them tonight. Texas currently up 25-21. By the way, very chalky women's tournament, too. That's a 1 versus 2 seed there. Texas being the 1 seed. They're up by 4, 8 minutes to play in the third. God, that is a low scoring. 25-21 in the third?
Yeah.
Gee. Oh, did you see that? The Duke, North Carolina played one of these earlier in the tournament that was like that. The game was like played in the 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
And then tonight you got the 6 o'clock number 2 UConn and Paige Buckets against no Juju Watkins and the number 1 USC Trojans for the right to go to the Final Four. What else we got on this? Oh, I thought this was kind of interesting. You know, it kind of went under the radar a bit, but a couple weeks ago, Steph Curry accepted the assistant athletic director's job at Davidson. Well, apparently Trae Young now of the Atlanta Hawks, he has been named the assistant athletic director of the Oklahoma Sooners. And he's going to donate $1 million to the program, which, whatever. It's a one-time thing.
Didn't Curry's thing come with $10 million for the
program?
program?
He gave a huge chunk. Well,
granted, Trae's got plenty of coin, right?
It's $1 million. I thought it was interesting. Like, I don't know if this is going to be like a continued trend. I'm assuming this is just about recruiting and raising money to have a star player come back to your team.
Just to kind of continue to hype the team and the program with the boosters and whatnot.
I would assume. I mean, that's probably a big deal, right? I mean, especially for a place like Davidson.
And maybe have some say in like interview processes and what directions you want to try to go, but it's not going to be a day-to-day job.
No, it's a little odd. I think that this is now, Davidson was kind of like a little off the beam. Oklahoma is a decent-sized program. So I wonder if this is going to become more the norm. So just something to keep an eye on. Assistant Athletic Director, Trae Young.
Number one.
Oh, let's stick in the NFL. A lot of kind of news and notes coming out of the NFL today as, we get ready for the draft here, and we have the NFL meetings now where everyone's sitting down and kind of hashing out their plans. The owners are speaking, GMs. Apparently, Aaron Rodgers is now having one-on-one practice sessions with DK Metcalf, but apparently is still unsure whether or not he will sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Mike Tomlin had to address that. Basically, that they're just comfortable with Mason Rudolph being their quarterback.
Well, they're developing some intimacy is what he told us.
Yes, they're flirting with one another. Right now, they're just doing kind of over-the-close stuff. And they're waiting to see if Aaron Rodgers is going to feel him up and then let him go to third base, and Aaron Rodgers will be the quarterback of the Steelers. Because I can assure you, they do not want to go all the way with Mason Rudolph as their starting quarterback. Tennessee Titans, who are on the clock, they're the number 1 pick. Their head coach, Brian Calhoun, he came out today and said that they're basically about 2 weeks away from deciding what they want to do with the number 1 pick. And while I did say they're open to the idea of moving down, it feels like Cam Ward has solidified himself as the number 1 overall pick. Interesting note out of Cleveland, though, as they're sitting there at the number 2 slot, their owner came out and said at the meetings, that The Deshaun Watson trade went down as one of the big swings and misses in NFL history, and he is to blame. That's old Jimmy Haslam, basically confirming that the end of the Deshaun Watson era is here. And if you don't remember that, they gave Deshaun Watson the largest guaranteed contract in NFL history, the first fully guaranteed contract, and they gave up 3 1s, a third, and 2 4s to go get Deshaun Watson, who has now torn not 1 but 2 Achilles tendons in this offseason.
And then you put that with the fact that we have heard some chatter about Shador and the Browns, and he has said, I play with them and Matt, and they've both been saying very nice things about each other. Now you get that. It wouldn't be hard to put the pieces together and potentially seeing that happen at number 2.
Kind of starting to think that maybe we see the dominoes laid in place of 1-2 being Cam Ward and Shador Sanders with the Titans and the Browns. I also want to talk about something that Brian Callahan said about that's the Titans head coach, by the way, about what a quarterback means. He said that finding a franchise quarterback is priceless. And I want to talk about that. What it means to find a quarterback and to find a star in the NBA. When I heard that quote and I started thinking about what the Steelers are going through, what the Titans are going through, what the Browns are going through, it made me think about what the Blazers are going through. And is there a relatable thing there about finding your guy in the NBA versus finding your guy in the NFL? Because they always say the NFL, there's no position that matters more than a quarterback in the NFL.
Most important position in sports, they say.
And I got to thinking, is that true? Or is there a NBA comp, and are your Portland Trailblazers about to go through that? So we'll talk about that when we come back. Hot 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's. Check them out. They've got award-winning burritos, and dare I say the street tacos, delightful. Check them out, victorricos.com. We come back, we have a discussion. Which is more important and which is harder to find? A true superstar in the NBA or a franchise NFL quarterback, and which one's more valuable? Primetime here on The Fan.
We've got to bifurcate those two things.
The Fan is The Fan.
NFL meetings going on right now, so everyone's out kind of making the rounds, hearing from owners, hearing from GMs, hearing from coaches. And Brian Callahan was making the rounds today, talking to all the different NFL shows. And he mentioned the fact that the Titans were getting pretty close to making a decision on what they want to do with the number 1 overall pick. They have Will Levis. Do they stay with Will Levis? Do they take a quarterback? More than likely Cam Ward, number 1. General consensus seems to be Cam Ward is going to be the guy. Callahan even came out and said that finding a franchise quarterback in the NFL is worth its weight in gold. We've seen what Jayden Daniels does to a team that we thought nothing about with the Commanders. Jayden Daniels comes in, has one of the best rookie seasons we've ever seen, and the Commanders are a game away from the Super Bowl, right? We just, you look at the contending teams in the NFL, from the Baltimore Ravens to the Buffalo Bills, Jalen Hurts. Whatever you think of Jalen Hurts had a monster performance in the Super Bowl. You can't win without a quarterback. Now, there's levels to this. Jalen Hurts, to me, is not the quarterback that Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson is, but Philadelphia still has an elite team, a better team, and Jalen Hurts was certainly good enough to beat the Kansas City Chiefs with a better quarterback in Pat Mahomes. But you don't win without an elite quarterback. I mean, you can make the argument in the history of the NFL, of modern NFL, you've had maybe 4 or 5 Super Bowls. Brad Johnson with the Buccaneers, you could say not an elite guy. Trying to think, like with the Eagles and the backup, Nick Foles. It does happen, Trent Dilfer, but you have to have a tremendous team around you. And so when you always hear that you can't win without a quarterback, again, worth its weight in gold. And the old adage is there's no more position that's important in all of sports than NFL quarterback. And I've generally agreed with that. I've said it on this program many a time. There's no player that has as much gravity to him as an NFL quarterback.
As much responsibility, as much impact on outcome, win or lose. Yeah, it's hard to argue against.
But it kind of got me thinking, because I was at the Blazer game last week, and the emergence of Denny Avdia he is becoming the face of this franchise.
Yeah, he's the closest thing they have right now to a star player.
Yes. And he looks like he is going to be and he's 24 years old. Mm-hmm. He is going to be a very, very good NBA player.
In fact, I think when they traded for him, they thought, well, maybe he won't be quite ready to help contribute and help us win yet, but he's so young and so good that when we get there, and he's actually helped them win more games than they probably wanted to.
Sure. And maybe one day he makes an all-star team. Maybe, it'll be one of those guys that is like a Sabonis, right? He's an all-star, maybe not every single year, but he's right there on the cusp. And then you look at the development, Tamani Kamara, solid player, right? The offensive game comes around, it's going to be a starter in this league for a long time. Shaden Sharp, he's all right. Scoot, he's okay. Klingon, defensive player, but he has no offensive game. He's so young, but there's no stars anywhere in this field for the Blazers. There's a collection of nice young guys. And that kind of got me thinking about the NFL. The Minnesota Vikings last year won 14 games, and they won 14 games with Sam Darnold. You can do it. The Pittsburgh Steelers win 10 games every year with a bunch of nobodies.
A ham sandwich.
Sandwich playing quarterback.
Yeah, they find a way.
But you don't win Super Bowls with those guys. You have to have one of those.
Those guys have a ceiling.
So it really got me thinking, which is the more valuable piece? Finding a franchise quarterback or finding a gravitational player in the NBA? Because in the NBA, we talk about all the time, you got to tank, right? It's the ethical tanking versus the full-on tank, and it's a huge problem in the NBA because right now you have a series of teams that don't give 2 S's about winning. And by the way, apparently that includes your Portland Trailblazers. They lost 4 in a row. They're sitting guys now. Scoots in concussion protocol. You're not seeing Jeremy Grant. You're not seeing Ayton. They're shutting it down. It's just... They got 4 points from their bench against the Knicks. 4 points. Like, they're not interested in winning games. And by the way, they're like a half a game from Chicago and San Antonio, and I think they play both of those teams down the stretch. There is going to be a tank-off between San Antonio and Portland because the idea is, obviously, you have to get one of those players. You're not you're not going to end up with the Cooper flag. The chances of you being number one, but I think the idea is if you get into the top 8 of odds, maybe you can jump up and grab one of those top 4 picks.
And even that, as I look at that now, I'm starting to question just that part of it, because the number one spot that everyone's tanking for, like, yes, they think Cooper Flag's going to be great. When's the last time the consensus number one guy that everybody wanted to get turned out to even be the best player in his class?
And therein lies my question. This is what I was wondering, because when we see a franchise quarterback, we're like, we know it, right?
Yeah.
We're going to grab this guy. Or we at least know whether Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders may not be, right? The franchise guys, but we know it's the quarterback.
Yes.
Every year there's 5 or 6 quarterbacks that are in discussion to be the top guy. We pick out the 2 or 3 that we love, and there's your franchise, right? Whether they are or aren't, we grab those guys. Some years you get Anthony Richardson, other years you get Jaden Daniels. But we know who those guys are. In the NBA, could you make an argument that it's harder to find that guy?
No doubt.
Because you don't win without that guy. If you look through the NBA and you look at who the best teams are, the Boston Celtics have Jason Tatum and they have Jaylen Brown. And by the way, they also have a collection of other guys, but they've got a couple of those dudes, right? The Oklahoma City have SGA, which, by the way, can we talk about the fact that the Clippers traded SGA and a S-ton to go get Paul George?
Mm-hmm. Who they have now turned over to Philadelphia, who now wants nothing to do with him.
Right? Like, we were talking about the Browns and that move for Deshaun Watson. We should kind of talk about
that was the Clippers' win now move, because they thought they had a better shot of getting to a championship with Paul George than a young Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And now who'd you rather have?
And you look at the Nuggets and how they got Jokic, or the Bucks and how they got Giannis. The Golden State Warriors with Steph Curry.
Outside of the top 5.
Right? It feels like in the NBA.
Even Kevin Durant, he was the number 2 pick of that draft.
But at least with Durant, it was like, okay.
Yeah, there was a 1 and 2 that was very clear, for sure.
LeBron coming out, you're like, God, we know it. Cooper Flag is going to be like, no, Cooper Flag's our guy. We ride or die with him. We whether he turns out to be the guy or not, we're grabbing him. Most of the time in the NBA, those guys that end up being the gravitational player that ends up being the true superstar that you have to have in order to win, I think you can make a strong case that it is harder to find those guys in the NBA, and I'm also not certain that there's more of those players than there are NFL quarterbacks.
Well, and I also feel like for as much as those guys, like, people try to jockey for that top position, you can find that guy with good scouting. It doesn't have to be the 1 overall pick. It could be the 3rd, the 4th, the 6th, the 7th that becomes that guy. And that's what where a lot of teams have found their superstar players, not at number 1 overall, not really even at number 2 overall, but after that.
So I just think when you talk about real difference makers at the quarterback position that are just they're on your team, you have a shot. There's like what, 6, 7, maybe 8, right? You could say Lamar and Burrow and Mahomes. Do you put Justin Herbert in that category? I think now, like Jaden Daniels, that top 6 to 8 is considered the elite guys, and maybe there's 4 of them that are different. And I kind of think in the NBA, it's a little. If you have Jokic on your team, you have a chance. If you have LeBron on your team, maybe not this version of LeBron, but if you have LeBron,
you have prime LeBron on your
prime
team.
LeBron, yes, you have a chance. When Giannis is on your team, you have a chance.
Yes.
He's that guy. Luka is that guy. He took a very average Mavericks team. How many other players are like that in the NBA?
Not many.
Because you start ranking the best players in the NBA, and you get to 6 or 7.
Yeah, and there aren't many gravitational guys after that you're like, yes, you can lean on him and expect him to take you all the way there.
Like, we like Anthony Edwards as one of the best players
Phenomenal
in the NBA.
talent, but he's not that guy.
I don't think he's that guy. I don't think he well, obviously they haven't done anything. I don't think he guarantees anything. Up until this year, SGA probably wasn't that guy. Donovan Mitchell's the best player on the best team in the East. Donovan Mitchell isn't that guy. Or maybe if you want to say Evan Mobley for the Cavaliers, but he's not that guy.
But they're far more by committee between Mitchell and Garland and Mobley than they are.
Steph is that guy, but again,
but he had help.
He had help, but you kind of lucked into Steph.
Yes, you fell into that. That's exactly right.
So I just thought it was interesting. Like, when you are looking at that quarterback in the NFL, we say you have to find the quarterback no matter what. And I feel like in the NBA we don't do that. And I would make the argument that it is the exact same thing. And I'm going to bring this all the way back to the Blazers. I think this season, 7 games left and you're out of the playoff. It's not happening, right?
You're a loser.
I think you're 3 back with 7 to play.
I think I heard today 4.5 back in the play-in for the play-in or something
it's
like that.
3 or look, it's not
happening.
It's not happening. You're done. And you're pulling the chute. You lost 4 in a row. You're done. You're out of it. So whether you end up with the 8th, 9th, or 10th best odds, chances are you are not going to end up with one of the top 4 picks. And as fun as this season has been, and I think you cannot deny that there has been a ton of growth and development.
For sure.
Especially with Denny and Tamati Kamara.
Yeah, no question.
Right? And it looks like Scoot may actually be a player.
Yeah, Scoot looks way better this season than he did a year ago.
There is nowhere on this team anything close to the guy.
Right.
And yet
the Dame.
And yet we sit around. If this was the NFL, you'd be like, dude, whatever you have to do to go find that. And we don't do it in the NBA. Yeah. And I would make the argument that it's just as important and it's just as hard. And you have to do everything you can. And that's my fear as we enter this offseason, that you are about to start a run with the Blazers of a nice group of solid players. And in the NBA, for whatever reason, we allow that to marinate and just kind of sit and convince ourselves that that's something.
Well, we like those teams, and they can beat the big boys every now and again, but they're not beating them in 7-game series.
No, and in the NFL, we don't. In the NFL, we're like, BS. The Geno Smiths of the world and the Sam Darnolds of the world, it doesn't move the needle.
He might win games, he won't win the Super Bowl, and you know that.
And I think the exact same thing happens in the NBA.
I think so, too.
And it's just, that's... As fun as this has been,
who's the guy that's going to get you there?
I'm mildly concerned. The only thing I'll say about the NBA, maybe different than the NFL, is it does feel like in the NFL, you have to have one of those top 5 or 6 picks. And when we look through that list of players in the NBA, they're a little more scattered about where you can find them. So maybe you say that, you need a top 4 pick because it's Cooper Flagg. And maybe Flagg is the guy that drops in and immediately changes everything. But from Jokic to Giannis to Steph, those guys can be had later in the draft.
Yep.
You just have to identify them, and you have to find them, and you have to grab them. I guess that would be the one saving grace. But I just don't think we give enough importance to that gravitational player.
I think that's fair.
In the NBA. And that goes as far as the idea that Dallas was willing to trade Luka Doncic.
Yep.
No matter what problem he had in the NFL, you would never, ever trade.
No.
And
that's why their GM and their ownership is getting raked over the coals and still getting raked over the coals.
Yeah. So just keep that in mind next time you hear the NBA grow and develop thing. If you don't have a quarterback in the NFL, you don't have squat. And if you don't have that dude in the NBA, you don't have squat. You know what we do have, though? Buck with SportsCenter.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan. On the hardwood, the Final Four is set in the men's bracket for just the second time in the history of the men's tournament. All 1 seeds win their region. In the semis on Saturday, we'll get an all-SEC matchup between Florida and Auburn. In the other semis, it'll be Duke and Houston playing for a berth in the title game. Meanwhile, Oregon center Nate Biddle has declared for the NBA draft, but did leave the door open for returning to college. And he said in a social media post, if he does return to college, it will be to Oregon and not via the transfer portal. In the women's game tonight, a pair of trips to the Final Four on the line. First one going on right now between Texas and TCU. Texas has opened up a 9-point lead at the end of the third quarter as they go into the final 10 minutes of that one. Coming up in the late game, it'll be Paige Buckets and UConn taking on the number 1 seed USC Trojans without star Juju Watkins. On the college gridiron, Stanford has named former Panthers and Colts head coach Frank Reich as their interim head coach. And on the diamond, the Mariners host the winless Tigers tonight at T-Mobile. Emerson Hancock on the hill for Seattle. Jackson Jobe makes the start for Detroit. First pitch from Soto at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Do it every morning. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Again, the 3-2. In the air, deep right center, back toward the gap. Myers
for Alonso, his 4th career grand slam, and it's 6-1 New York.
Tasty, Polar Bear, tasty. And they are now up 10-2.
Bit of a rout.
Oh, they hadn't been hitting in the first couple games. The Marlins, by the way, were 3-0. So glad to see that the tides are turning for my beloved New York Mets, as they should go to 2-2 on the young baseball season. Polar Bears leading the charge, and it's brought to you by Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase this month. Online at batteryexchange.com.
So, what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high on 1080 The Fan.
You're talking about NFL quarterbacks versus just transcendent NBA players. Which is harder to get, which is more important. And someone said, who was that team on the Pistons? Or who was that guy on the Pistons? That 2004 Pistons team was probably the outlier.
That is the outlier.
But that's a
little bit Spurs-ish, but still, Tim Duncan was the man.
Oh, come on. Tim Duncan is one of the 10 greatest players of all time. You can't stop that. Stop it. Tim Duncan, Tim Duncan's the greatest power forward to ever play.
Yeah, it's probably more like the Warriors having Curry and then some other good guys than it is just a collection
the greatest
of dudes.
Point guard of all time, the greatest power forward of all time. The Pistons are that team.
Yeah.
And the Pistons, Chauncey made the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. So you had a Hall of Fame in Chauncey.
Tayshaun Prince, very good player for a very long time.
Multi-time All-Star in Rasheed Wallace, multi-time All-Star in Rip Hamilton.
And then you had Ben Wallace, a defensive player of the year.
So that's the closest thing. They didn't have a transcendent player, but they had a lot of really, really good players. I'd make the argument that that's the Trent Dilfer Ravens. That's the Maybe Joe Flacco Ravens, if you don't want to consider him elite, although he was a very good quarterback. So it does happen, but they are the outlier. They are not the norm. And, to think that you're going to be the team that does that, it's a bold move. Again, see the Minnesota Vikings. But like when we do that in the that's my whole point. When we do it in the NFL and someone signs Geno Smith, everyone loses their S. But in the NBA, somehow we're like, well, it's a nice collection of players, and we feel like the sum of the parts.
But have you seen how much draft capital they have upcoming in the future?
Find the guy. Find him. And at least when you swing and miss, at least you swung. Like right now, the Sixers are in a horrible spot. But they tried. They tried.
They absolutely tried.
They tried. I appreciate the fact that the Lakers, now it helps that people want to be in LA, but the Lakers continually try.
And shoot, like even the Bucks, who already had a title, they went out and tried by trying to bring in Lillard and go win more.
Didn't work.
It's not working. But
blood clots, that's a whole lot.
But even before the blood clots, not a great overall record.
It wasn't working, but they tried. And that's all I want. At some point, I want the effort. And it really, really scares me that the narrative around Portland, especially with the emergence of Denny Avia, is going to be, hey, look, I think we have a future all-star on our team. And I just sit there and I like every time I hear that,
enough.
It just makes me want to take a pen and stab it in my eye. Because again, look at like a guy like De'Aaron Fox. Like he's a nice player. He's an all-star. What did he mean in Sacramento? They had two. They had Sabas. And what did it mean in Sacramento? It meant nothing because they were good players. They weren't great players. Maybe Cleveland is a team that can buck that trend. Cleveland this year is the best record in the East, and it's
a good team.
It's a good team. And Mobley could be Mobley probably defensive player of the year, and they got Mitchell who's an all-star.
But enough to get through the Celtics? We'll see.
Yeah, and so maybe if Cleveland wins it, maybe that's a team that you can point to and say, okay, that was more of a really good team without necessarily the star player. But if Oklahoma City wins this year, it's going to be because it's a really good team, and they've got an MVP. They've got SGA. Now, they got it because the Clippers swung their big sword because they had Kawhi Leonard and they're like, he wants Paul George and we're going to do whatever we can to go get Paul George. So you can criticize the NBA for being a star-driven league and guys pairing up. But it's kind of the same thing of an NFL team doing whatever they can to get a quarterback. It's just like in the NBA, it seems like you want two of them. Where in the NFL, it's more like, find me the quarterback and then I can build out.
And it seems like there's parallels. There are teams that we know will take their swings, and there are others that think that through development and waiting that they will eventually be able to get there. I mean, like whether it's like, are the Blazers and the Pittsburgh Steelers alike at this point in time?
And I guess that's my fear. That's my ultimate fear is that this season is going to come and go. And it was a fun year. I went to a handful of Blazer games, and it was fun. Every game I went to.
More entertaining to watch than the last few years for sure.
I think I went to 5 games this year, 5 or 6 games. And I would say there wasn't a bad game that I went to. I didn't see him get blown out. I didn't see any full, tank jobs. I don't even remember seeing an embarrassing performance. We're all competitive. I think they lost probably 4 of the 5 that I went to. But it was entertaining. And the team plays hard, and that's great. And I like some of the young guys that they have. I do. It scares me when I hear we'll just kind of grow and develop, just marinate. You're right. That's the Pittsburgh Steelers. No, I don't want to be the Pittsburgh Steelers. I felt like in Portland, we were that way for a long time, where it was just a collection of talent. That was the Dame CJ. And you had that. I guess that's my point. You had Damian Lillard, arguably the greatest Blazer of all time, and then a cast of decent characters around him. And it still got you nothing. It got you 1 trip to the Western Conference Finals, and you got bitch slapped. You got swept by Golden State, who had actual stars. And that's with Damian Lillard, a top 75 player of all time. And so this idea that you're just going to let Denny grow into a potential all-star maybe, and then see what Shaedon Sharpe and Scoot Henderson and Klingon in his awesome 5 points a game, the fact that
that's not enough.
I hope to God that come the offseason and they end up with the 8th or 9th pick, that isn't the conversation. That I don't hear from management. Well, it's bringing Chauncey back, and whether you want to think, I don't. By the way, I don't think it's a terrible idea that Chauncey does come back. But the idea that it's just
he's proven something this year.
Yes, but this idea that just kind of it's the baby. Let him grow. Let this group go. No, there is not a star anywhere on this roster Nowhere near it. Is there an all-star? Possibly. I think Denny could
and where's
be
that going to take you?
Denny could be an all-star.
Yeah.
Go find me a team with a borderline all-star, and that's the best they have, and then a collection of decent players. We don't do it in the NFL. Don't do it in the NBA. Otherwise, I promise that Minnesota this year, Minnesota won 14 games with Sam Darnold. 14 games. And you know what they did? Hey, Sam, thanks for coming.
Nice to see you.
Bye.
Appreciate it.
Cool. Gone. Seattle had Geno Smith, and they win 10 games every year. And I think Geno Smith is a really good quarterback. You know what Seattle said? Yeah, okay, well, bye. We'll see you down the road. Atlanta signed Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins is a really good starting quarterback. And they went.
You like that? You like that?
And they were like, yeah, okay, bye. Yeah, we're moving on. Yeah, we drafted Michael Penix because we don't really think you're the long-term solution. And yeah, we made it through about 3/4 of the season, and thanks for coming. Time to go. Like, there's a cutthroat nature to the NFL that I hope that Portland has. I hope they turn into a little bit of that cutthroat organization and not kind of grow and develop. But then that goes back to what are we doing top to bottom with the organization?
Because to me, the grow and develop is the same as saying, let's see what happens. You need to be active in your pursuit, not passive in hoping that things come together.
And I guess the real frustrating part is we don't really know what the top to bottom, what we're doing. Cronin going out and getting Denny, great job. Getting Tamani Kamara in the throw-in for DeAndre Ayton, not necessarily a throw-in, but adding him.
Sure. He was not the main piece of that deal.
He turned out to be the main piece.
Yes.
DeAndre Ayton for a ham sandwich, cool. I'll take Tamani Kamara. That guy's going to be a player for you for years to come, hopefully. So, credit. That's awesome. Now go find someone that actually moves the needle. Please, for the love of God, find me someone that actually moves the needle. Otherwise, welcome to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Welcome to the Seattle Seahawks. 10 wins, 3 years in a row. And whether it's making the playoffs as an 8 seed or losing in the play-in game, that's kind of the Seahawks. Was anyone in Seattle happy the last couple of years with just being on the outside? Is anyone happy in Pittsburgh making the playoffs with Russell Wilson? So don't be satisfied here. Don't let anyone fool you that the young team and let it grow together is a great idea.
You're not off the hook all of a sudden because you've got some young talent.
Because it doesn't work in the NFL, and I'm telling you it doesn't work in the NBA. They're closer to each other when it comes to finding that guy than anyone wants to admit. But only one do we really, really sit there and bang that drum. And maybe it's easier to find him in the NFL because it's at one position. In the NBA, it could be at one of 5 positions. And they're a little more wide open. But it also gives you an opportunity because unlike the NFL, they're not always found in the top 3 picks. All right, we come back. A scary situation. Speaking of the Seattle Seahawks, a very scary situation with a former Seattle Seahawk. That when we come back, and then Club 1080 here on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
So the latest in the Nate Biddle saga, we remember that he was in his senior year, but then they applied for and they got an extra year of eligibility for him. But he's done so well for himself in conference tournaments and the NCAA tournament. He's got a little draft interest. So now Nate Biddle going into the draft, but also on his social media saying, hey, I might not stay there. I might come back to school. If I do, it'll be the Ducks. I'm not going anywhere. It's NBA or Ducks.
Hey, how about this? If you're the Oregon NIL, throw a couple shekels Nate Biddle's way. See if you can lure him back. Be a nice get.
And they have no depth in the front court at all. No. So if they don't get him, they need somebody.
Be real nice if Shellstad and Biddle, who are not massive NBA prospects, if they both come back. This who's leading? What's our Duck report?
Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Yes.
The home of dirt and spray.
I'm Dirt.
We got to call him out here. Look.
The hell was that?
Not an easy job. I'm not going to go easy.
The Fan.
Oh, this kind of a scary little piece of video. I follow Richard Sherman on Twitter, a.k.a. X.
And even if you didn't, you might have seen it because this is blown up a little bit.
Yeah, the cesspool that is that crappy website. But it is a good news feed from time to time. Yeah, I guess Richard Sherman just started posting home security video, which, by the way, kudos to Richard Sherman for having a massive system. He's got like 17 cameras. He's got the whole like camera 1, camera 2.
Yeah.
He's posted all these photos. While he has a nice security system, it doesn't stop anyone from just kicking in his window. So I guess he wasn't home, but his wife and kids were home. And 3 masked guys, you just see the video. It looks like just kind of like a living room window. They kick in the window, kick in the screen, and then the 3 of them kind of rush into the house. And it doesn't show any video of what his wife did, but he did say that house being robbed at gunpoint with my family in it isn't what anyone wants for a birthday gift. Scary situation that my wife handled masterfully and kept my kids safe. If anyone has info that can help find these people, please reach out. And then he posted screenshots. They've got their faces covered, but sounds like someone did actually DM and says that like they have video of looks like the same group of people. So this may be like one of those kind of targeted rings. Out there, but it's kind of horrifying to think about, whether you're Richard Sherman or not. Like the idea of just like you're home or you're not home, but your wife and kids are there, and then all of a sudden, like 3 dudes just burst into your home, all brandishing guns.
Yeah.
And hopefully
Terrifying.
the wife was upstairs and called 911. Like I said, he hasn't given any details on what happened, but we didn't see anything about the wife or kids being tied up. But she did say, handled it masterfully and kept the kids safe.
Maybe she just gave him a bunch of credit cards and said, "Be on your way." Who knows? We're probably not going to get details right away, but the fact that no one was hurt is the big victory. But yeah, really unsettling, as you said.
Yeah, scary stuff there. That's like. I always think about that. Like, what would you do? Like, it's always the idea of like, well, I got my guns and I'm ready. Well, you're sitting in your living room and then someone just kicks in your front door.
Oh,
You
no.
have that story, right? Wasn't it your dad that had to like confront a naked like intruder?
Oh, it was my mom's coworker.
Yeah, your mom's coworker.
They heard like a tapping on the glass and on like outside their back door. And they thought it was like maybe rain or something, and it turned out it was like a burglar trying to see if there was anybody inside the house. They opened the door and like, yeah, there he was. He got bum rushed, and yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, what do you? I mean, dude, if you're sitting there on your couch and just out of nowhere, someone just kicks in your window. I don't know about you, but I'm not like wearing my holster at all times.
Yeah,
it's just some scary stuff. So it was weird to see. I don't know why. I just thought it was weird to see the footage. I'm always fascinated by like celebrity homes. And so to see like Richard Sherman's home with like all his kids stuff.
Or at least whatever room they decided to break into, wherever they were. Yeah.
Yeah. And then so
it's crazy.
Hopefully these guys get caught and
it is
thoughts
something
and prayers out to Richard Sherman and his family.
That came up like more earlier in the regular season. But first, you had the Travis Kelce had to move because he wasn't in the right kind of community with the right kind of gated things when he started dating Taylor Swift. And then Dan Campbell got doxxed by some high school kid that was a friend of his sister's, and he's got to move. And then you got the Joe Burrow break. There's a bunch of stars now. They're saying it's becoming a pattern for these criminals who know who the big people are, who know they have expensive things in their homes, cash, jewelry, whatever, and it's happening more and more.
Yeah, and I don't know if this was... If they knew this was Richard Sherman's house, I don't know if they knew he wasn't home, but obviously someone was home, the wife and the kids, when they broke in. That's just always a weird. I always had that thought, like when I would go down to let and I still have it every now and then, like when I go downstairs to let my dog out at night. Like one of my weird things, it gets me every time, is when I go down to let him out and I flip on the outside light. It's just like one of those weird things. What if someone's just standing there?
I think we all have a couple of those little scenarios where, like, you go to put your key in the lock and you turn around and the light goes on behind you and someone's standing there all of a sudden. Like, it can be unsettling for sure.
Yeah, and I've always
seeing stuff like this doesn't help.
No, and so it's always one of those because I'm not a real, I'm not a real like, oh my God, like people are coming for me sort of person. Yes. It is always in the back of my mind when the light goes on. I just was like, this is just standing there. And it would actually be scary if they weren't doing anything, right? It's one thing like when someone like bursts in, you're like, okay, like someone's attacking me. I've always thought like the scariest movies are the ones where like the people, there's a movie, I think it's called, is it called The Others? it's like these people are like at a cabin and they end up kind of getting surrounded and they wear like kind of doll masks.
Yeah.
And there's a really scary line in there where they're just kind of sitting outside of the house, like kind of harassing. And the wife like yells, "Why are you doing this?" And this girl just in this weird voice just goes, "'Cause you were home." And she's really calm and just.
I still remember that trailer, and it's giving me goosebumps right now. It's chilling.
Yeah, it's like they're not trying to necessarily kick in. They're just there. Like you can look at it, you can see them just staring at you. And to this day, that gets me. And so when I saw the Richard Sherman video of the dudes like outside the window, I'm like, And
it's a very obviously sensitive and serious subject, but he said, if anyone has information, DM me, I'd love to know. And somebody said, have you considered it to be Michael Crabtree?
Andrew Andrews is going to be on there. It's part of the ring going after Richard Sherman. Well, Richard Sherman had that problem. Remember where he had like the psychotic breakdown and he was caught on security camera.
Wasn't he like fighting his wife's dad or something like that?
Trying
or brother?
to kick,
like,
trying to
family
kick in the
dispute.
door.
Yeah.
So, Richard Sherman with a bad security footage thing again. So anyway, find these sons of bitches, arrest them, and hopefully everyone is safe there at the Sherman family. All right, we come back, Club 1080. Speaking of, I didn't realize I was going to do this, but there is a horrifying piggyback story that I'll have. The idea of like one of your ultimate fears coming true.
I know what you're talking about. Oh my God.
Because I think every one of us has had this as a kid or as an adult. The old, is there a monster under my bed? Mm-hmm. That when we come back, Club 1080.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only.
conflicting report that he was just playing golf today and probably be back tomorrow anyways. But
that'll happen too.
Who's to say? One of those two things. Flip a coin on that. By the way, the movie we were talking about, The Strangers.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
But I do remember another one of that same era called The Others. And so, those horror films all mixed together.
It's the idea of like
someone messing with you because they can.
Yes, that is such a haunting line because it's not a great movie. And again, The Mask. It's one thing when like there's like a big scary looking monster like the Freddy Krueger, but when it's the seemingly normal person and they're not being they've kind of surrounded you. And that idea of why are you doing this? Because you were home.
Yeah, and it's Liv Tyler saying that. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, and it's just in this real quiet voice because you were home. The randomness of it is kind of what has always freaked me out. And someone was saying like theirs was when they take the garbage out late at night and they have to walk down the driveway. It's always just me and my kid. And he said, I always think, what the hell happens if someone just rushes me? Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just that I think we all have that weird little thing of what if this happens? And then like 99 times out of, actually it's 99.9% of the time, nothing happens.
Well, and did you see
But on the one chance that it does, then you're like, hell.
You see the little anecdote here on the text line? I was gaming one night in my bedroom, headphones on. I hear my dog barking, but she's outside when she shouldn't be. I walked to the living room and saw my sliding door was open. I see a silhouette a few steps back from the door. The guy then asks me if he can hide in my house. I yell, "Get the F out of here," and he ran off. Absolutely wild.
Right? Like,
can you imagine going downstairs and you hear Ka rustling around and there's just a shadowy like figure outside your door?
Well, I love the idea of my man just being like, hey,
is it cool if I come in for
I don't mean to scare you or whatever, but I'm going to need to hide out for a little bit. But you hear the story, what was the Boston bomber guy? He was hiding in someone's boat.
Yeah.
Some dude heard something, then he goes out and there's blood on his boat. And he's like, oh my God. And there's a manhunt going on.
Yeah. Well, and that was the story that you brought up earlier was like my mom's coworker where this person who like rushed into their house, they were on the run from, I think they were like an escaped inmate or something. They were on the run from the cops and they tried to ditch their clothes. They were looking for new clothes in a car basically, which is why the person showed up completely naked, like coming through their back door.
Yeah, the only thing I've ever had that when I was renting a house in La Center, we were building a home. So we moved from Souk Mountain into like a little, the cookie cutter neighborhoods where there's like 3 floor plans.
Sure.
So all the homes look alike. They're just flipped.
Yeah.
One has the door on the right side, one has the door on the left side, but it's the same home. We were renting a home for like a year while we built the house. And it was late at night. I'd say maybe like 9:30 or 10. I guess it wasn't that late, but it was night. And I was just sitting in the living room, and again, I am not a door locker, although now we have automatic locks. So I don't even have to lock the door. The door locks itself.
Does it for you.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's kind of fun. And then, after a certain period of time, but I'm not a door locker, but my wife at the time was. She is a notorious door locker. She wasn't messing around. My late wife was a secure individual. And I'm like, what's happening in this neighborhood in La Center? And the door goes to open and like door handle turns and someone's trying to open the door. And I'm like, well, that's odd. And then someone starts you get like someone hitting the door. And I'm like, what? And my dog started losing it. I had a Doberman at the time. Dog's freaking out, barking and yelling. And my man's just like slamming against the door. And I'm like, holy crap. So I run and I grabbed a gun. And I went down and I yelled at the guy through the door. I'm like, what the hell? And the dude's like, I'm here. And he's clearly slurring. I'm like, oh my God, it's some tweaker.
He pulled a Ryan Russillo.
And he's like, I'm here. And he's hitting the door. And I'm like, my man, you need to stop. I'm like, if you break down this door, I'm like, there's a dog. And by the way, there's a gun. He's like, who's this? And I'm like, what?
Is this Bill's house? No, it's not.
So we put the dogs away, and I'm like, dude, stop hitting the door. I'll answer it. So we answer the door. My neighbor was a trucker. He always had his big truck out front. My man that was at the door, I thought it was the trucker because there was another truck out front. He was having an affair with the wife. So when that guy was gone, a different trucker was showing up. So my neighbor hears the commotion. She comes over.
The affair outed because his drunk ass was showing up at your door.
He thought he was He showed up, by the way.
He thought he was showing up at his lover's home.
Bold move to show up S-canned in your, and it didn't have the cab on. It was just the truck.
Sure, yeah.
Right? My man shows up, parks the truck, and thinks he's barging in for a little bit of the
late night nookie.
And the neighbor was like very apologetic, and then she was like, "Can you please?" Like, and I was like, "Oh, like, see what's going on here." Very apologetic. She was like, "Please don't tell my husband this is all a misunderstanding." And I'm like,
"Oh boy,
misunderstanding."
Mrs. Jones, what have you been getting into?
That's the closest thing we ever had, and I do think about that sometimes. Had my wife not locked the door, what would have happened if I'm sitting on the couch and just
confused drunk guy walks in?
Yeah. And dude, he was bursting in. He's like, hey, baby. First, I'd have to ask my wife, excuse me, are you
you expecting someone?
Are you expecting someone? What's happening here? Was this? That's the only thing I've had where there's been anything like that. I've never had anyone attempt to break in or anything like that, other than that. That's kind of a weird thing. But yeah. Stuff like that can haunt you. If you've experienced that, I'm guessing if you've had your house broken into or you've had a traumatic experience like that, it probably sticks with you. And when we come back, I will get to this. I promise we're not going to kick this down the road. This was literally one of the scariest things that I've seen in a long time. And if you were the kid that had this happen to you, get cable, Mom. I'm up. I'm not going to bed. Because that whole, is there a monster under the bed?
Nightmare fuel for life.
We'll talk about it when we come back. Club 1080.
The home of dirty.
up.
All right. Now, if you ever wanted to freak out a kid, this is the way to do it. Because we all have something. Maybe you saw Jaws when you were a kid, or mine was I saw It, and clowns to this day give me the heebie-jeebies. We all have stuff that happens to you as a child tends to stick with you for life. If you're afraid of clowns, sharks, snakes, whatever.
Yeah, I thought I was going to fall into a whale tank at Marine World because I watched Free Willy where that happened to the kid.
Yeah, and then for whatever reason, now when you see one, you may not be scared of it, but the anxiety level
triggers a little bit.
Yeah, it triggers up a little bit, right? Or if you're claustrophobic, there's a good chance maybe your brother, held you down, or
pillowcase over the head, stuffed you in the closet, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, that stuff sticks with you. So this comes to us from Kansas, by the way, land of one Isaac Robb, Benton County, Kansas. And I think we've all had to deal with this. If you're a parent or you just were a kid, you probably had one of these. Monster in the closet, monster under the bed, right? Nightlight sort of thing. I mean, I had one of my daughters that always had me make sure that everything was safe in the room. So it doesn't say how old the kid was, but obviously somewhat of a young kid. If this kid needed a babysitter and was asking that the babysitter needed to check for a monster. So babysitter puts the kid to bed, and it doesn't say the kid's name. Obviously, they've protected that. And it's a female babysitter, by the way. So she's there, and the kid is complaining there's a monster under the bed. And the babysitter comes in and says, no, there's no monster. You need to go to bed. Leaves the room. Kid calls out again. Babysitter comes back in, and she says, there's a monster under the bed. Or the kid says, there's a monster under the bed. So the babysitter, I'm sure, is doing the, okay.
Fine.
Oh,
look.
That's fine. So the babysitter probably turns on the light and does God, just go to bed. Looks underneath the bed.
See, Johnny, no monsters. What?
No. There was a 27-year-old man hiding under the bed.
God.
Yes. So the guy who's hiding under the bed, he was 27 years old. He freaks the hell out, obviously, that he's been discovered. The kid jumps out of bed because now I'm sure the babysitter screams and yells. The kid jumps out. The dude scrambles out from under the bed, struggles with the babysitter, knocks the kid to the ground, and then the guy ended up fleeing from the house. Thank God that's all that happened. So the babysitter calls 911. And by the way, how about that story? Yeah, there was a monster under the bed, and it turned out it was a creepy dude.
Yeah, just calling that's the one thing about calling 911. Obviously, you have to do it, but to be able to explain a situation like that is so instant and unfolding, there's a person under my bed. Well, does that person live there, sir? No, they don't. They're not supposed to be there.
Yeah, so I guess when the cops showed up, he wasn't there. And it's a small town. It's about 15,000 people. It's in the western part of the state. The suspect was gone. But the babysitter told them the child had been complaining about a monster for some time before she found the subject.
For some time that day or for weeks?
I don't know. It just said for some time. Said the deputies searched the house, weren't able to find the man until the next day when he was captured after a foot chase, the news release said. Online court records show that the man had posted bond about 10 days earlier after he was charged with criminal threat, domestic battery, and violating a protection order for abuse. Those allegations were alleged to have occurred in January and February. He was like a wanted felon. God. And he was hiding under the damn bed.
I always wonder, how did you pick that place? Was it just you found a door that was unlocked, or you thought how you end up there, and what do you think's going to happen from there? You're just going to lay low for a little while in Jimmy's bedroom?
Following the latest arrest, judge ordered him jailed without bond. Sheriff's Office additional request for charges, including aggravated burglary, aggravated battery, and child endangerment.
Aggravating my nightmares.
Oh my God. Oh. I can't. That kid will never be okay. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. And you know what? Just like I said, lights aren't ever going off. And by the way, that bed frame, gone. Bed's on the floor, mattress. You got floor bed now.
Yeah, you're going to have an adult one day that is traveling for business and can only sleep in hotels where the bed touches the ground.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, no more closet. That's gone.
Nope.
Board up the closet. No curtains.
Also, I'd like to have 24-hour security detail around my fortress house.
How do you explain to that kid
that it's okay to go to sleep?
That it's fine.
It's not. You can't.
In what world?
Because that involves convincing yourself that it's fine. And it's not.
It's not. It's not fine. That babysitter, too, never can babysit again.
No. She
Never.
She might not even have kids because of it.
Never again. Imagine the next time that babysitter and the kid, by the way, if you want something really effed up, like if you really wanted to screw with someone in the most D-ish way possible, you hire that babysitter, and then you put your kid up to it. You're like, all right, here's what's going to happen.
No.
You just tell the babysitter. I know, John. Don't worry about it. Just tell the babysitter that there's
just see what she says.
See what she says. Tell the babysitter there's a monster under the bed, and just see what happens.
Dude, that's a quick way to have your kid unattended for the rest of the night. That babysitter is running for the hills.
It's just, I read that today, and I'm like, that's the worst. I mean, the worst story would be if
something happened. Yeah.
But outside of like an absolute like a horror story,
just pure like fear stricken into the family.
Scariest thing to ever happen. Because I have some childhood phobias, because of stuff that happened to a kid.
Sure.
Nothing like that. Absolutely nothing. F that guy. That dude, like straight. That's what is the Parks and Rec. Straight to jail. Straight, no trial.
Oh, yeah.
Straight to jail. Hiding under a bed, hiding under a child's bed, it'd be like 30 years in prison. Under no circumstances you ever hide under a child's bed.
Like, can you sue that person for like
where are the advocates
for damages?
Ken, Donnie, we need a lawsuit. We need to get you out to Benton,
like,
Kansas.
seriously, if that kid has like social and anxiety issues for the next 20 years, can they sue for damages for that psycho like messing with their brain?
Says I'll take valid reasons for lifelong therapy for $500, Alex.
Yeah.
Yep. How do you explain to me that that's okay? Like I said, you don't. Again, going back to, I was mentioning that movie, The Strangers. There's a really good movie that, same thing. It gave me the heebie-jeebies. I saw it when I was a little bit younger, and it's called Christopher Walken, by the way, 82 years old today.
Oh.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Chris.
Christopher Walken. Christopher Walken's in a movie called The Prophecy. And
I feel like I remember that one.
It's a good movie. He plays the angel of death.
Okay.
And I believe that Viggo Mortensen plays the devil.
Okay.
And it's a great devil. I don't know about you. I enjoy
Viggo's ripe for a role like that.
I enjoy a good satanic performance. Al Pacino in The Devil's Advocate, because like, it's not scary when the devil's like red with horns, but when the devil's just like a dude
who's pure evil.
But yeah, and there's like he's got that edge to him because, well, the devil, right? So the whole movie about The Prophecy is there's a detective who was going to be a priest, and then he saw images of the other side, like a war in heaven, and he lost his faith. So now he's like, he doesn't really believe in anything. And he ends up in the middle of this holy war between angels. And he's sitting there in church, or he's sitting there like, and the devil comes and hugs him. He comes up from behind him, and he's a grown man, and he hugs him. And he says, "Little Tommy Daggett," is the guy's name. And he said, "Oh, how I loved listening to your prayers when you were a child." And he goes, "My favorite part was when you would pray to the Lord that I wasn't underneath your bed." And he whispers to him and goes, "Guess what? I was." And it is so
Nope, get me out of here.
Chilling.
Nope.
And he flings himself across the room and turns.
I'm sorry, I want to run.
And is face to face with the devil. And I just, in that moment, I was like, that is the scariest thing that the devil could say a million things to you. I'm convinced that's the scariest thing. Remember when you thought I was under your bed listening to your prayers? I was. Done. Over. Now some poor bastard kid in Kansas has to deal with this.
Nope. That poor kid.
Yeah. So sad. All right.
Terrifying.
No more of that. Scary monsters under the bed, which, by the way, check under the bed for monsters.
And people, apparently.
And people. Escaped convicts, keep an eye on that. We come back. I've got Cheeto news, and I've got otter raccoons teaming up. This is beautiful.
A dream for you? If that was nightmare fuel,
I need to get on a plane.
This might be the other side.
I need to get on a plane to Wisconsin because this story has me jammed up. The under the bed story, this otter raccoon story. It's the feel good story of the year so far. Club 1080 when we come back here though. Buckley Sports Center.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, in college hoops, the Final Four is set. It's a chalky one. All the 1 seeds advancing out of their region. We'll get an all-SEC matchup between Florida and Auburn on Saturday, followed by Duke versus Houston. Both those winners will face in the final on Monday night. Oregon center Nate Biddle declared for the NBA draft, but will not sign with an agent, leaving the door open for him to return to college if he does not like his draft positioning. Biddle said in a social media post that if he does elect to come back to school, it will only to be playing for Oregon again. He has no interest in the transfer portal. In the women's game, a pair of trips to the Final Four on the line tonight. Former Oregon Ducks Sedona Prince and TCU just knocked off by Texas moments ago. That was a 49-39 final. And coming up in the late game, it's Paige Beckers and UConn taking on the Juju Watkins-less USC Trojans. That's for the final berth in the women's Final Four. On the college gridiron, Stanford named former Panthers and Colts head coach Frank Reich as their interim head coach. Reich will replace Troy Taylor, who Stanford fired last week. And on the diamond, the Mariners host the winless Detroit Tigers at T-Mobile tonight. Emerson Hancock making his first start of the year for Seattle. Jackson Jobe making his first career start for Detroit. First pitch for that one just about 10 minutes away. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Heard or missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
like get a bunch of cinder blocks and you put your bed up on it. Yeah, and then you can cram everything under there. Yeah, I remember doing that. So I suppose in that situation, but like as an adult, there's no way. I don't believe under any circumstances I'm getting under a bed. I don't think I'm capable of. So even if I wanted to do the jump scare, I think I'd have to do the closet. I think the closet's the easier way to, to scare someone. But like, remember like in the movie Taken, like he's like, hey, go get under the bed. What do you mean get under the bed? You're supposed to be some expert. How the hell are you getting under the bed? How do you know that bed out there in France, she's able to climb under?
Yeah, I would say that maybe, what percentages of beds could a person fit under? 50 or less? Less than half
I think
the beds?
we're talking like 10%.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that common.
No, I will say that it's not like I see a lot of my friends' bed. Like the bed, have you seen a lot of your friends' beds?
No. Not recently.
Only if you help them move.
Sure.
Like if I help you move, I've seen your bed. Yeah. Other than that, the bedroom is kind of like when you give the tour of the house, you don't really...
Yeah, you don't spend any...
You don't really tour the...
I guess if the place is brand new, you might be like, and that's the space, but like you're not showing people your bedroom.
No. I just don't think the under the bed thing, that's a time gone by. No one's going under the bed. I digress. This is a great story, and it makes me happy. Because, I'm conflicted about zoos because I love animals, and going to the zoo is fun. I like seeing the animals. We got a baby elephant now out at the Oregon Zoo. Supposedly we have a red panda. I've never seen it.
I've seen it moving.
CGI, whatever. I will believe that the red panda exists when I get to go in and personally see the red panda and possibly feed it. Until then...
So I couldn't send you a photo right now that would prove it?
Have you seen the internet? Really?
But this photo came from me,
yeah,
and you
probably
know me.
Doctored. Fake news. How do I know that's not an animatronic red panda? How do I know that that's not a hologram red panda? Look at you buying into big zoo propaganda, thinking that because you saw the red panda move, what you saw it like barely move?
No, I saw the trainer feeding it. It was eating, so it was like constant movement.
Fake news. I don't believe it.
All right.
Again, I need to see it with my own two eyes.
Okay, fair enough.
Love zoos, but at the same time, I always feel bad for the animals, right? It's prison. But every now and then, the animal makes a break for it, and I love it. I love it when animals break out of the zoo and then they can't catch them. So there's a zoo in Wisconsin that is currently searching for not one, but 2 otters. The otters broke out, and I love the otters. Otters, top 5 animal for me at the zoo. We walk into a zoo, immediately I'm heading to the otters. They're adorable. They hold hands. They self-pleasure. They're freaking awesome. Can't get enough of them. So these 2 otter bros, or I guess it's one bro, one broette. It's an otter couple. They're out and they're running around the zoo and no one can find them. But they see them at night, like on security cameras. They got the night footage of them. So this is the new zoo and adventure park in Green Bay, Wisconsin. So it's 2 river otters, Louie and Ophelia. And they escaped March 20th, and they're still on the loose.
Nice.
And so they put out some cages for them out in the kind of the general area of the zoo. And so they got the cameras on there, and they figured they put some food out there, and the otters will come in, they'll get trapped. They didn't count on one thing, because the otters are interested in the traps. They've come over, but they didn't count on one thing: animal uprising collaborations. Guess what's been springing the traps every night before the otters can get there? Boom, raccoons. Apparently raccoons are breaking into the zoo and springing the otter traps before the otters can go. So the otters are like cruising around the cages, even at some point getting the treats that are leading them to them, and they can't catch them. They've been on the loose now for 2 weeks because the raccoons keep screwing with the traps, and they don't know how to keep the raccoons out. The raccoons aren't in the zoo. The raccoons are breaking in. I'd like to believe that the otter and raccoons have teamed up. That the raccoons are like, no, we got this. I love that the zoo, of all the zoo power, they can't defeat a pair of otters and a pair of raccoons.
Yeah, I mean, like when we would go, like back in the day when we were kids, we had like Aquaman. Like there was always the dream that like animals could combine forces to help each other out and even fight crime or do good. The fact that these 2 species are coming together is great. I mean, it might spell trouble for the humans, but you're not going to find a lot cuter than raccoons helping otters and vice versa.
Said the zoo has said that the at least one of the otters has repeatedly visited the traps, but they only attempted to enter the contraption after it had already been sprung. And then this is from the zoo on social media. Quote, raccoons have unfortunately impeded some of our efforts, even setting off the traps before an otter arrived and tried to enter it. Officials say they are now attempting to use raccoon-proof traps to ensure that they ensnare the fugitive otters. I love this story so much because there is footage of the otters and the raccoons both cruising around the traps, and the zoo can't figure it out.
So great.
Screw you, Wisconsin Zoo. Long live the otters and the raccoons.
You're not the bosses of us.
I just love that those otters are probably living their best life. For 2 weeks now, these things have been loose and no one can find them. Hell yeah.
Well, and it sounds, I mean, you said the cages are within the confines of the zoo,
Yes.
right? So it doesn't sound like the otters have really even gone anywhere. They're just, out at recess, essentially. They're like, we'll come around, we'll get some little sneaky snacks over here. And
then at night they hide out. I want to know where they're hiding out.
They probably go powwow with their buddies, the raccoons. But do otters, can they climb trees?
I don't know.
Or where do they, I wonder where they go.
But I'd like to think that they're in cahoots. Because the raccoons are nocturnal. So I like to think the raccoons are like, hey, otter bros, why don't you come with us? Screw these. What if they're leaving the zoo with the raccoons at night, coming back, eating the food that they have in the traps, and then going about their otter raccoon business?
It's like teenagers sneaking out of the house, going to party with their friends, and then they come back and they get the food that mom and dad left in the fridge.
And someone said, sorry, zookeepers, there's no such thing as a raccoon-proof trap. Damn right. I love it.
You'd think the zoologists would know that.
And as someone else has pointed out, the red panda that you saw, New York City rat spray painted red. Yeah.
That's an interesting move. Who was it? Was it China that had the man in a bear suit?
Yes. China put dudes in bear suits and they said that they were they were like a cinnamon bear.
Yeah.
And it turned out it was just some dudes. And then what was the other one? There was a China zoo that took dogs and they painted them like pandas.
Yeah.
They took Tibetan Mastiffs and then painted them white and black and were like, it's a panda. So you think we're above that? You think the Oregon Zoo is above that?
Oh, there's a whole cottage industry of panda dogs. They'd find these little fluffy white dogs, but they would dye their legs and faces black and be like, oh, this is a panda dog. It's a dog bred with a panda. And people were like, wow, this is great and it's so cute. I'll buy one. Only to find out these were just dogs that were dyed.
Yeah, I think they're doing it with chows.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I love the fact that people are so dumb that they think that you can breed a dog with a panda.
Can't teach stupid.
Hey, the pandas won't breed with pandas, but you know what they will breed with?
Like those dogs.
Those dogs. Because that's a thing.
Pandas like bitches.
Pandas like bitches. When we come back, we'll close it out with the most expensive Cheeto you've ever seen in your entire life. And if you bought it, do you eat it? Club 1080 wraps up here on The Fan.
Goodbye, Gino.
Traded.
fun.
Double sun power!
I'm always fascinated by stories that clearly indicate that we have too much money and we don't know what to do with it. A Cheeto shaped like a beloved Pokemon character.
Charizard?
Charizard? Are you a Pokemon guy?
I'm not, but that was like just at the tail end of, I guess what you would say was like kind of my childhood. Like my brother was into it. He's 4 years younger, and it missed me, but I'm aware of some of the key players.
Yeah, like my kids were never big Pokemon people. They did do the catching the Pokemon for a little bit. Remember that was the thing? Like the
Pokemon Go.
Yeah,
that was like
Go.
It was like an app, and you'd go catch them and you'd battle them. Yeah.
I remember that. My kid every now and then would. Two of my kids that would do that, but I don't really remember my kids ever doing Pokemon. Like I know Pikachu.
Yeah, Pikachu's I think kind of like the main Pokemon character essentially, but I do know that Charizard is I think supposed to be pretty epic.
Yeah, supposedly this is a beloved Pokemon character, and Golden Auction House listed a Cheeto. It's presented as a 3-inch long flaming hot Cheeto in the shape of the beloved Pokemon character. It's affixed to a custom Pokemon card encapsulated with a clear storage box. The auction's description states, it was initially discovered and preserved sometime between 2018 and 2022 by First and Gold Collectibles. The Cheeto surged in popularity on social media in late 2024.
Yeah, I'm seeing the photo now. They're calling it Cheetozard.
Cheetozard, yes. And it does, like, when you look at the actual Pokemon.
When you put the silhouette side by side, it very much looks like, but this is like when people see, like, the Virgin Mary and a stain on the wall.
Sure.
Like, it's just,
I mean, it's...
you get the resemblance, but, like, no one, like...
You can make a case that certainly looks like
But why does that make
Charizard.
it worth anything?
I'll tell you, it was worth something because there were 60 bids on this Cheeto. And the winning bid, there's a buyer's premium, by the way. The winning bid was $72,000. And then there's a premium bid, which I don't understand why that's the case. Maybe you have to just pay that to the auction house. I do know that, I guess that's like when I go down to Barrett Jackson every year, you do have to pay a premium to the auction house. So someone in total for a flaming hot Cheeto in the shape of Charizard, $87,840. Yeah.
What?
$87,000.
I barely understand how someone would spend that on like an autographed baseball bat or like a real fan collectible memorabilia, let alone a snack that kind of resembles this other thing.
I don't understand collectibles in general.
Right, but this is like a collectible that kind of looks like another collectible. It's not even the main collectible.
The only thing that you can do with this, to me, the ultimate baller move, you got to eat it.
Yeah.
You got to eat it.
It's like the banana taped to the wall.
Exactly.
You got to eat the banana.
Yeah. You just paid $87,000. And by the way, what does a Cheeto from 2018 taste like?
Probably like a Cheeto from today. As long as, well, out of the bag, quite stale. Flavor probably held up.
$87,000. Which also led me to this. Who makes Cheetos? Is that a Frito-Lay snack?
Oh, I think that's accurate. I think they're Frito-Lay company. Or Frito-Lay brand.
Any Frito-Lay bros out there? Can we,
Well, and that's the thing, too. It's like, if this was popular, could you go about, like, releasing a couple special packs and jack up the cost of those packs?
Obviously, that wouldn't, I'm talking just a one-off. If I had a Cheeto bro, could we cook up a one-off Cheeto?
Yeah, what's the next thing a Cheeto could look like that could cash us thousands?
Well, what's the most popular Pokemon? Because why can't I just now, like every couple years, why can't I just create my own Pokemon Cheeto?
It does appear that Charizard is essentially the number one.
He's the number one?
Yeah.
So the chances are, would anyone buy that there was a second random Charizard Cheeto?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you need something that's like, I'm trying to think of like another thing that people are fanatical enough about that you could convince them. I mean, like, could it be a Cheeto that looks like Taylor Swift or that looks like Otani's face or like, I don't know.
If I worked in the Cheeto game, I would actively be trying to conjure up Cheetos that looked like things.
Sure.
And then you just, you give them to friends and you kind of, in on the cahoots. I got to believe it's not that hard to create a Cheeto. Like, I know this is a naturally occurring Cheeto shape, but I can't, can't fudge this. I mean, $87,000 for a Cheeto?
That just randomly looks like a silhouette of a made-up cartoon character that goes on a card.
I like where we're going with the Taylor Swift.
I'm trying to think of like the other things that are so hot that you could just sell them based on any resemblance. And I don't know what that thing is right now, but I bet we can figure it out.
Someone said there was he had a small hometown in Eastern Washington, and a Virgin Mary appeared on the back of a highway sign. So many people showed up that they had to shut it down on the highway.
Wow. Somebody also here saying, like, what if you got Cheeto in the shape of like a Michael Jordan, like Jumpman logo?
Yeah.
Like, could you sell that at a sports auction? I don't know.
I think I need the Jesus Cheeto.
I think you got more sway with the Jesus Cheeto.
Although Pokemon. Who would have thought? I guess some of those Pokemon cards though go for like $1 million.
Yeah,
like some of the
that,
rarest ones.
like Logan Paul or Jake Paul, like came out to the ring with one around his neck, like it was that big of a deal.
Make fun of Pokemon all you want. There's some people with a lot of money that love Pokemon cards. All right, that'll do it for us. We're back tomorrow. I believe the return of Isaac Robb. I think he was just out today playing a little golf. Buckley, good to have you back. Good luck with the asbestos and radon at your house. Stay safe. Tell Grandma hi. And we'll be back tomorrow, 3 to 7, primetime, right here on 1080 The Fan.